powerful about kale? When you're eating kale, it's impossible to get sick. You can't get cancer. You can't. You see, antioxidants take out free radicals that cause cancer. But once a free radical penetrates the cell wall, gets inside the cell, antioxidants can't touch it because they can't penetrate the cell wall. But the phytochemicals in kale literally go into the cell, through the cell wall, and eat out, consume the free radical. I'm just saying, yay God. You see, God thought this all up day one when He created kale. He knew what the human race would face, and He built into everything that He made all these amazing features so He can maintain perfect, awesome health. I'm telling you.
Kale also has a highest inflammation factor in it. You know, it's like 102.
It's incredible.
And
what I love about it is that in the wintertime when nothing's growing, it does.
Yeah.
I can have snow and ice on the ground, it's putting down new foliage. I have live green food the whole year. We have the most, my wife has people over for dinner in the wintertime. And she always makes a kale salad, that's what we have. So always eat out of the garden. This happens to everybody who comes, it's hilarious. They say, Carol, I came to your house really hungry, I want to eat a dinner. All I had was salad and I'm full. Carol says, you're not full, you just got live food and you're satisfied. You can eat the dinner. Your body's communicating, saying, thank you, you just fed my cells. And then I asked them, when's the last time you had live food? Look at like live food. I'm talking about live food. That was picked 10 minutes ago. See, people don't eat live food, so they have no clue on how the body senses, like, thank you, you just fed us, we're good. I had a woman drive off, it was so amazing. I'm out here working in the orchard, and this lady drives up, this is a guy with his wife, pulls in the grass here, and he's heading to the house. So I just ignored him because I thought he could see my wife, she's a midwife, and all kinds of people coming to see her. He's knocking on the door, she's upstairs, doesn't hear him, he comes walking back. I says, can I help you? He says, yes, my wife needs spinach. Total stranger, never saw him before. I says, well, you know what, my spinach right now isn't much size, but I do have kale. So they get this down look in their face like, kale? Well, come on over. So I'm giving his wife this kale. She ate 4 leaves. She's just in shock how good it is. And this is what blew her husband away. 4 leaves into it, she just stops and says, I am totally full. I looked at her and says, you're not full, you're satisfied. Your body just says, thank you, you fed my cells. The reason you came when you wanted spinach is because your body was screaming, I need minerals, I need nutrition, please feed me. And you just got it. She was 4 leaves, totally satisfied. I just tell me, man, that's awesome. And that's just the nature of God's design. It's wonderful. It is. I'm going to wait about 5 more minutes and we'll get started. So I just want to make sure everybody can see. Hi.
You don't mind, I'd like to get a picture of you so I can show you how I work with.
Hey, Paul.
What a day, huh?
I know, it's beautiful.
Couldn't get better than this, man. Yay, God.
And there's strawberries? Do you have strawberries yet?
They're not ripe.
They're not ripe, but they're...
You saw those ones over at Kendall Road, didn't you?
I haven't.
Oh, man, they're
traffic.
They're a little bit further than here, but it's just awesome, the numbers. Yeah, they're not ripe, but the numbers are going to be huge. It's great.
They flowered up real good though, didn't they?
Oh yeah. Well, now there's all kinds of fruit on them. They're green. Yes. It's just not. They're not ripe yet, but they're coming. With this weather, it won't be long.
We had a lot of wild strawberries bloom up around our place. Of course, they don't get no bigger than you think.
Yeah, but they're better flavor though. They're awesome.
Really?
Go check them out, man. You're gonna be amazed how good they are.
As many times.
I mean, they're just.
I know they're tiny, but eat them. You'll be surprised how sweet. The flavor superior to the store bought.
One of my other cars.
Well, we'll have to try to. We'll have to get those little bitty strawberries that we get around the drainage.
This is a strawberry lover right here. He calls them strawberries.
It's cool. Yeah. They're good for you, buddy. I'll tell you, all that food, you see, all those colors, all that stuff is so incredible for our health. And the thing that I'm learning is that there's a reason food shows up when it does in nature. Seasons are critical. And you shouldn't be eating tomatoes in January. They're a nightshade. They're not good for you. You know when they show up in nature?
Summer.
In August, September. You know why? There's a phytochemical in the tomato that protects your skin from blistering from the sun. And that's when God has it show up. You know what else is interesting about God? In cool climates where the sun's not hot, tomatoes don't grow.
Tomatoes.
You don't need them. Wherever you live, listen to me clearly, wherever you live on this planet, God has provided everything you need in season in that place. I'll give you the example of the Inuit Indians in northern Alaska. This is a tribe of Indians, been there for thousands of years, who for their entire lives have never even known fruit exists. They've never had an apple, never had a strawberry, never had a grape. They don't even know they exist because they don't grow there. The ground is covered year-round with ice and snow. The only vegetables they get are nori and kelp from the ocean, and they eat fish, mostly whale, which is mostly fat. And they live long, incredible years in full strength. You see how that racks your brain after going to school with the 4 basic food groups?
Yeah.
He's old.
I'm telling you, we got lied to. And wherever you live, and see, everything in nature is growing in every place very well, very healthy, because, and they're not importing anything. They're eating everything in season, fresh in season. I'm telling you, man, it's much simpler than we realize, and we make it so darn hard and do all this stupid stuff, and we get sick. We get sick following the book. I'm telling you, man, God made it very easy, very simple, and it's totally adequate, completely adequate.
What if there's nothing?
Well, if there's nothing, then it's a desert. Man made it, because God didn't.
That's where we live.
Well, then change it, cover the ground, and you can bring that desert back. I'm serious. God made no deserts. He created no deserts. You know what? I'll tell you, Israel is a classic illustration. When the Jewish people came to Israel, it was a land flowing with milk and honey. It was an abundant, incredibly productive place. When they turned away from God and were displaced, Crusaders came in afterwards and burnt everything to the ground. The place became a desert, a full-on desert. Now they've returned, they've repented, they're covering the ground, they're growing things. It's raining and snowing in Israel. And things are growing amazing because they repented. And what I'm getting in my spirit is that everything about God He's all about redemption. All it takes is for us to repent. You can have a full-on desert, you put a covering, it's going to change. It's going to come back because that's His nature. And He didn't make the desert up front, you did. Somebody did, took the cover off and exposed it.
That's a beautiful place.
What's that?
Israel is a beautiful place. I've been there about 4 times.
Yeah, my wife's there right now teaching. She loves it.
Where at in Israel?
All over. She's going to be Israel, Jordan, and Egypt. She's a midwife. She goes all over the world teaching traditional midwifery. She's there now right now.
I spent a lot of time in Haifa.
Yeah. She's all over the
Tel
place.
Aviv.
You know, it's so funny. She says, I feel more at home here than anyone in the world.
Oh,
I love these people. They're loud. They're in your face. You always know where you stand.
exactly.
She's real. She just loves it, man. They're just very real. It's like, I love this place. And it's the only place she goes, she doesn't get jet lag. Everywhere else she goes, she gets jet lag. Not Israel.
They'll come talk to you. You'll be walking down the, in the mall area or the shops, and when they see us as American, they'll come right up to you, just out of nowhere, and it's broken English, but
you can understand.
You can, and then of course they look at me and say, "Well, you got broken English too, huh?"
All right, great.
No, I'm just a Southerner, but they're fine people. They'll take you on. They want to show you their place. That's what I really get out of it. And the gardens, they have these beautiful gardens, especially by the zoo and down in Haifa, and it's just wonderful.
Yeah, the Mediterranean diet. If you notice, that's where civilization started. That's true. That's what the Garden of Eden was. That's the most perfect diet on the planet, Mediterranean diet. It's just like, wake up. This is what we're supposed to be eating, folks. This is the ideal, Olives, always wonderful fruit, cilantro. It's like, my wife just loves going. It's so funny. She travels all over the world. I mean, all over the world. She's been to Russia, China, all over South America, Europe. I mean, everywhere. And when she gets home, she always says this: there is no place on the planet that has food like I have here. The closest is Israel, but there's no place even close.
Really?
Because of what she has here. And when she came from Russia, she says, when you come to the airport, bring greens and water. I got no greens the whole time I was there. I'm starving for good greens. Bring them to the airport. She's like, it's just incredible how people live such incredibly poor, malnutrition lives all over the world. Because they disconnected from God. Anyway, let's get started here. My name is Paul Gauchi. You're welcome. I'm so glad you're here. What this is all about is not me. This is about this incredible Creator who's given us everything we need to experience abundant, wonderful lives. He's a good God. He loves us, and He's very generous. And in your experience today here, I'm just going to give you a demonstration of His goodness and how abundant it is. And I make a point to point out so many of the lies you've been taught in school. I'm amazed at how much we've been lied to. And as I'm paying attention to nature and what God does, all this stuff comes out, and I'll just show you. You'll just be amazed at just how interesting it is. Let's walk over here. We'll start over here on this corner over here, because I want to show you some things. I love contrast because they really give you comparisons, things to look at, to see differences. Now these sequoia trees along my driveway are just teenagers. They're young, 18 years old. I planted when they were 6 to 8 inch starts. And you can see by looking at them that they're quite green and healthy. That color green, Miracle Grow won't do. And these trees are all maintained by the needles that fall every fall. You know, I think God's so interesting. You know, these are evergreen. They don't drop needles. They're not supposed to.
Daddy.
You know how God gets them to drop needles? He sends a hot, dry summer. And the interior needles turn brown. It's called flagging. And then he sends a wind that puts it all on the ground. I love him. He just does nothing he didn't miss. See, all of his deciduous trees, they just drop their leaves, which is normal. But evergreens don't. So he sends a hot summer to get them to drop their needles to feed the soil below. It's just like, when you start tracking in and watching God, you just are like amazed at his genius design. And you know why God does the covering in the fall? When do farmers fertilize?
In the spring.
Spring. How stupid. You see, it takes time for gravity to carry the fertilizer to the root level. God does it in the fall, and then he sends rain and snow to make compost tea to build the soil for next spring's growth. What a great idea. And then he uses gravity to all work for him, so it's no labor. I'm just telling you, man, when you start checking in and seeing what he does, you stand in awe at the wisdom. It's just totally amazing. Let's walk over here. I want to show you something interesting here. You see this little rhododendron that's growing next to my sequoias? Now, all of you know that this ground underneath this rhododendron is covered, permeated with roots from that sequoia tree. You know, they're out there. And the ground is totally full of those sequoia roots. Look how dark green and healthy that is. Look at the amount of leaves, the new leaves on there. Come check it out. This is without any fertilizer, no irrigation. Look at how, you can see all the dead flowers that were, so it really bloomed beautiful this year. Look at how healthy this is. And this is growing right next to sequoia that's sucking hundreds of gallons of water out of this ground. And this is looking this good. To show you the contrast, I want you to notice my neighbor's rhododendron right here. Everybody come look at this. This is what, 6 feet away from it? Look at this rhododendron. You see the color of the foliage? You don't have to be a rocket scientist. This is not happy. You see, it's got one flower. I want you to come here and see. I want to show you the lies we're talking. Anybody know about landscape cloth? Landscape cloth.
A little bit.
Yes.
Everybody tries to tell you it'll stop weeds.
Yes.
And it's so great. Here's an example of the lie. You can see the landscape cloth on the ground. It becomes exposed because the material laying on top of it can't connect with the soil, and so when the wind blows, it slides off. You see all the weeds growing in the wood chips on top of the landscape cloth?
Didn't stop it at all.
And you see all the life in the wood chips are not getting to the rhododendron because it stops it. It's not connected. So all the benefits are being ripped off and lost, and you still have weeds, and then you have the ugly surface to look at when the wind blows it off. And you paid money for this.
I did exactly that.
You paid money for this, which is totally, it doesn't work, it's ugly, and it's completely negative to everything you have growing. I'm just telling you, I want you to get that we're being lied to, and we need to start paying attention to the Creator and ask. He says, in all of your ways acknowledge Him, ask Him. Let me show you something, another interesting concept. You see this cherry tree right here? This is a Royal Land cherry tree that was planted 35 years ago. I was here when my neighbors planted it. 35 years. And you can see it's stressed, you can see the trunk's losing some bark and it's exposed, and you look at the foliage, you know, there's a lot of dead wood in there, it's not that happy. Let me show you a contrast. This is a Royal Land cherry. You see directly behind the cars there? There's a cherry tree. It's a Royal Land. You want to hear something amazing? That tree is 20 years younger than this one. It's 15 years old. It's in exactly the same space for sun, in the same soil, but that's growing in a covering that has wood chips over it. Look at the foliage difference. Look at the size difference. And it's 20 years younger. Walk over there and check it out. When God planted the Garden of Eden, and He planted it, He did it Himself. you just got to know that it was like exquisite. There was every tree possible in that garden. Every fruit tree, every flowering tree, every conifer, because God did a garden. He's not going to skimp. I mean, this is my garden. You notice that he only mentions 2 trees by name? Only 2, because those trees are significant. Really significant. The tree of life represents the walk in the Spirit. The tree of the knowledge of evil represents the walk according to the natural mind. And that's why he named those 2 trees, because these are the 2 paths the human race takes throughout life. The walk in the Spirit, the tree of life, or the walk according to the natural mind, the tree of knowledge. I'm telling you, it's huge. It is huge.
So do we know what trees those are? I mean,
Well, the tree of life,
do they no longer exist?
well, no, the tree of life is going to be in heaven. You're just coming down from heaven. You see, in Acts chapter 3, it makes a very interesting statement in the middle of the verse, a very powerful statement. It says, God is going to restore everything as it was in the beginning.
Yeah.
You see, the Garden of Eden was not an experiment, not I wonder if this is going to work or not. This came from a place of all wisdom, all knowledge. It was the very most perfect place for the human race to live. And if you look at the New Jerusalem coming down from heaven, it looks just like the Garden of Eden. The river going through it, the tree of life is there. What's interesting to me is the tree of the knowledge of evil is not in New Jerusalem. And I believe God didn't create it. He did not create that tree, and that's why it's not there, because he didn't create it. It wasn't his idea. That was a genetically modified organism created by Satan to take the Godhead from Adam and Eve to himself.
Right.
And that's why God says, don't touch it, it's not good for you.
Yeah.
Satan did a genetically modified organism because he can't create, all he can do is corrupt. And Solomon says there's nothing new under the sun. That was a genetically modified organism. And Satan put there to tempt Adam and Eve to sin, to take the Godhead from them, because God made them the God of this world. He took it from them. It was never God's intent. And because he couldn't take it from God, he took it from them. I'm telling you, it's huge.
You know, I read that in Genesis so many times.
See, nowhere it says God created it. And if you look at it honestly, it doesn't line up with his character. Because James says God cannot tempt anyone with evil, neither is he tempted with evil. That tree was designed to tempt man to sin. James says God wouldn't do that. The other reason God didn't create it doesn't line with his character. God is totally pure, and everything he's made is pure. He says to the church of Laodicea, I'd rather you were cold or hot because you're mixed. You're lukewarm, and it'll spit you out. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil was mixture. Good and evil. That's not God. We've got to, we read this stuff and we just assume from the natural mind, well, God put it there. Satan can't create. God didn't put it there. It's a genetically modified organism. That was put there by the enemy. And I'm sure as they're out, Moses is writing this 2,000 years later, so he's just getting a download. And I'm sure my sense was God's just on a walk one day. He says, you see that tree over there? That's not good for you. Don't eat that one. I didn't put that one.
So Monsanto existed way back then.
Solomon says in Ecclesiastes, there is nothing new under the sun. Nothing. All these, Monsanto is not Monsanto. It's not diabolic. They're totally under the influence of Satan. This is not science. This is diabolic. Satan's always been jealous of God. That's why he became Satan. And since he can't create, all he can do is corrupt. He can't create, and so he's motivated to corrupt God's creation. You know what genetically modified organisms are? Genetically modified organisms are uncreating what God created. Yeah. It's a slap in God's face. I'm telling you, man, wake up. This is an affront to God. He created these perfect things, and Satan comes and uncreates them. Genetically modified organisms is killing us all, and we sit back and think this is okay. It's not okay. This is the work of hell, and I'm telling you, man, it's bad. Bad news. Yep. Let's walk on down here and we'll check out some things growing. Here? See that, buddy. What's that? Oh. Listen, if any of you have questions through the process, please interrupt me. It's not, I've done this before, and I've heard it once before, at least. So, like I said, if a question comes up, please interrupt, because I want you to get what you came for. Don't go home. I wish I'd ask, just don't do that. Just always ask.
A quick question. So you said your neighbors put their wood chips on the landscaping?
Landscape cloth. See the landscape cloth there?
Oh, so they put the mat down? And
yeah, well, look, you can see it. You see right there?
Oh.
I was sharing how it doesn't work.
Okay.
You see, they put landscape, and how they sell it to you is when you put this down, you won't have weeds. Well, you can see the weeds are growing very fine, the witches on top of the landscape cloth. And what's so pathetic is you see that wonderful wood chips on top of the landscape cloth, all the life that's in it is being totally separated from the earth and can't get to it. And so they've totally, it's the most counterproductive. Instead of you feeding the plants with the wood chips, it just stays on top. The wind blows it off, so you see the ugly black. It's the most counterproductive thing you could ever do, and you paid money for this stuff.
And it took a lot of work too.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and it's a lie. And it's just so amazing how, because we went to school and they erased our brains, so we no longer think, that we buy the lies and go for it. That's what I'm telling you, man. You were sent to school for a reason, to erase your brain and make you totally controlled by the government. John Dewey did it. He was hired by the government to create a curriculum so that people could be dumbed down and be controlled by the government. This is intentional. It's not accidental. This is why you were given an owner's manual for a reason. We need help. We need to pay attention to the owner's manual. I love that word in Isaiah 20. It says, if it's not according to this word, there's no light in them. If it doesn't line up with Scripture, it's a lie. And I'm going to show you all kinds of lies today. It's awesome. My dog is a classic. You see my dog over here? She's very old. She's 14. See, you were told in school you're supposed to feed dogs dog food. Look at her hair. Look how nice it shines. No gray. She's not limping. Has no tumors. 14. She eats live food. She's on my garden. My puppy is so hilarious. I got this little golden retriever. She comes in at night. I have this huge bowl of arugula. I take a bite. I give her one. And she sits through the whole night. Eats arugula with me. Arugula, and it's hot, and she loves it. There's nothing wrong with the dog. They get it. It's just they told you in school you got to feed them dog food, and because they didn't teach you history, they taught you social studies. You didn't realize that for thousands of years people have always fed their dogs with hay because there wasn't dog food. I'm just telling you, man. We got so lied to because they erased our brains. We don't even think anymore because it's stupid.
Wow. That's why I can't wait till we start feeding our dog.
Oh, they don't even need it. My dog just helps herself. They out here picks apples and pulls stuff. It pulls carrots out of the ground, and they love live food. They're not dumb.
Well, that's why it likes chewing with sticks and trees.
Yeah. They're cleaning their teeth, so they chew on bones and sticks to clean their teeth. They don't use toothbrushes.
Are these poppies here?
Yeah, California poppies. There's all kinds of chickweed. This is. Even weeds aren't negative in my place because this is all my chicken food.
Yeah.
So I don't buy food from I eat all this, so I just keep working my way through, and this is what they eat until I get stuff out of the garden.
You let them grow big for the chickens too.
What's that?
So you let the weeds grow pretty big for the chickens.
Well, this is when I get to them. Now, does anybody let me get over here. Does anybody oh, here, so let's get this one over here. It's more open. Pull weeds out of the garden. Anybody?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. You know, when you pull dandelions, remember what that's like?
Oh yeah.
Come over here. Somebody who's pulled dandelions, I want you to pull this dandelion and get ready for a shot.
I would love to do that.
Come out and do it.
Isn't that good to eat?
Yeah, but pull it
Which
first.
one?
Right there.
This one?
Oh, watch how that comes out, you guys. Don't shake it, just pull.
Oh,
Wow.
Does that come out easy?
that's some really good soil.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Now, I want you to walk around. Everybody take a sample of this and eat it. Go feed everybody. You think I'm just serious. You think it's not going to be good.
I've never seen dandelion
You never, you know why the ones you have look real tough and miserable? Because they grew slow. This grew fast. And because it grew fast, it's tender and sweet. Things that grow slow, check out my body language. Things that grow slow are tough and bitter. Come on. That grew fast. Look how tender and good that is. A little bit. Not bad. If you want something sweet, try that chickweed right there. This is really good.
There you go. Got your own.
Yeah, take a leaf of that. This is really good.
This is good. Awesome.
It's major healthy for you.
Put that in some good salad.
Awesome. Yeah, that chickweed is really sweet.
So you did stem and everything, right?
All of it. Remember that tree up there, that cherry tree? You guys remember that cherry tree over here we looked at? Look at this. Look at this. Look at the structure of the wood and the size of it compared to that one that's 20 years older than this.
Oh, that's really a pretty.
Look at the difference. This is 20 years younger than that tree. Same identical tree.
You're getting better.
Now, look, this garden was planted this side the first week in April. I want you to look at the size of the material that's growing in it.
And it was only seeds.
Seeds. First week in April. Hasn't been irrigated. Has had no attention.
It looks wet.
Well, it is.
No? But then you said it hasn't been irrigated?
Doesn't need to be. Because you see this ground here holds water. And I want you to start tasting. I want you to taste it when you do this. It's amazing.
Is that reddish? I don't understand. Daddy, is that reddish?
Oh, it's okay.
That's, I won't say it's cotton.
Now, someone who can be expressive, I want you to, you see stems, from your experience, are tough, stringy, and bitter.
Yeah.
I want you to start this stem, eat your way back, talk to them about the water content and how good that tastes.
Here, I'll share.
I got plenty. So I want you to start with the stem.
Anyone want?
This I could eat. You'd like this.
Okay.
You want to try?
Here, I got plenty.
You'll like it. It washes the bitterness out.
Oh, okay. That juicy,
But it is
huh?
good.
What is it?
It's some green I got. I go look at these
Kind of tastes like cabbage.
these things in catalogs. And
Here you go. Try that.
now, who is saying kale's bitter?
Me.
Okay.
But it is bitter.
Well, no, it's not.
Oh, you do.
Kale,
Without
we get
mixing
it.
it with
Is this turnip green?
What's that?
Is this turnip green?
So this is some green I got. I forget. I got to look at my catalog. Who says kale's bitter?
Me.
Give it to her. Now again, start at the stem, which you know is going to be bitter and stringy, and talk to us.
Oh, you got to taste it.
Did you hear her? Oh, you got to taste this. Where's the bitter?
No, that's good.
Talk to me about the bitter.
No,
So
no.
which type of kale is
Now
this
let me
also?
tell you something. Listen to me clearly. The reason food is bitter is because it's lacking minerals.
Oh, this is
Minerals
wonderful.
give
You're
sweet
right.
and flavor to food.
Oh, there's a
Period.
little heat to it.
It's supposed to be.
I didn't know that.
Can I take a piece of kale and eat it?
Yeah, help yourself. Just snap it off at the base. Yeah, because I don't leave a stump. You see, picking is like pruning. It should be done right.
Paul, what variety of kale is this? I know it looks different than the kind I have.
You know, it's a new one I got. I have to go look at the catalog. I keep trying new stuff. You see, there's another one back there. That's another kale back here. You see, it's a little darker. And there's another one over there. I'm always trying these new things, you know, and it's just because it's just cool to try them out.
But the main two you grow is
The main two I
lacinato.
grow are lacinato and Russian kale. Those are my favorites. But I totally.
like the dinosaur kind?
Yeah, dinosaur is the same as lacinato. Now you see, I want you to just you see now this is a beet. I want you to see how good the greens are. Eat that green again. Start at the stem. You see, stems are tough.
That's excellent.
Are you hearing these comments? What do you call these?
From the bottom. Maybe
Beets.
take it from the bottom.
This green here is amazing. It's called.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on now. Holland greens. Look at the size of this stuff.
What do you call it?
It's called Holland greens. This stuff here is again. I want you to check out the water content. You can see the water exuding out. Just check out the water content. Now, eat that and just see how awesome this is. And look at the size of this for being planted.
It's similar to celery.
First of
The stalk though.
in second week in April.
Is that much?
When I was a child in LA, I grew up in the 50s in Los Angeles. LA is a desert.
And your name is?
It's a full-on desert.
from Chatham, Ontario.
No one in the 50s ever carried a water bottle. They did not exist. They didn't. No one had a water bottle. No one. They didn't exist because back in that day, we had food like this with water in it and we're hydrated with the food we eat. Today, because the soil is so compacted, so depleted, the plants have no roots. I don't care how much you're watering, the water's not going to the plants because there's no roots. In this stuff, because the roots are everywhere, they're taking up this huge amount of water. And you see, you're supposed to be hydrated with the food you eat. You want to hear something amazing? You know where the cleanest, most nutritious water on the planet is today? The cleanest, most nutritious water is the water that's in fruits and vegetables. That's the cleanest, most perfectly filtered, awesome water that exists. And you know who thought this up? You know whose idea this is? I love him. He's perfect. He does everything totally awesome.
No mistake.
No mistake. I live in a place, this is we're 600 feet above sea level here, it's cold, and you can't grow grapes here. Grapes grow in, California. But I want you to notice my grapes. And I want you to look close, you'll see at the ends are all those little clumps of grapes developing. I get loads of grapes every year off of it.
Looks like it's nice and close to the ground, easy to pick.
Well, you know why this works? I got a wood pile behind it that holds heat. Knocks out the wind, it's a heat sink. Because I have grapes over there in my chicken pen, they don't get ripe. They don't
Created the microclimate necessary.
You got a nice pile of firewood there.
And if you notice, you see where they pulled the wood chips back here? You see how wet that is?
Yes.
So this is the thing that just blesses me. See, on the top of the ground, this looks dry. And you think you got a water, but look, as soon as you get barely into it, how wet it is.
It is.
And you see, this moisture never changes. All summer long, it stays this moist.
When was your last application of wood chips on this?
This is not wood chips. This is stuff on my
This
chicken
is your
pen.
manure, right?
This was like 3 years ago.
3 years. And how many applications? I mean, you
And look how this all goes back. You see the rake does everything?
you sift out that.
I screen it. Yeah, I have a half-inch screen, and so I screen out all the heavy stuff, and I get this really beautiful, clean, awesome stuff.
How often do you do
Yeah,
that?
the stuff that we were showing.
Whenever I'm around to
Just
it.
when you can.
Like when people show up and want to work,
Yeah.
it's so awesome. I got 2 wheelbarrows.
Yeah.
So I got one guy moving the wheelbarrow. I'm up there throwing the stuff on top. I got some work on the screen. In like 3 hours, we do half my garden. It's amazing how quick it goes. It's just, the guy, as fast as he's dumping the wheelbarrow, I got another one full because it's just so quick and easy.
Are you down on some chickens? It looked like you only had 10.
Yeah, I'm really down. I got to get 30 more because I need 30 to control all my yard waste, and so I'm really low. So I'm gonna order 30 here next week. Okay. Because I need at least 30 to, because I create. And you see, all this is coming out this week, the whole row, because it's done. And so I make so much food out of my garden. I need 30 chickens to deal with it. But you see what they make for me? Look at this gorgeous stuff. You could not buy anything close to that anywhere in the world. And this is all created from my yard waste. I love God. See, yard waste is a miserable thing to deal with, all these plants and stuff to chop up. Chickens do it all. They eat it and turn it back to this. It's like the most perfect total recycling program on the planet.
So do you feed your chickens anything else, or do you
No.
just feed them?
And can I answer your question with this? With a question? You ever notice, wild pheasants in nature, how beautiful they are?
Yes.
Ever notice flocks of wild turkeys, how healthy they are? Who feeds them grain?
Nobody.
They get grain in the summer when the grasses go to seed, but that's it. All year long they're living on just grasses, and they're that good looking and that healthy. You see how I got lied to in school?
And their egg production is good?
Well, look at them. And they don't stink. You go to chicken pens, they stink. Wild turkeys, wild animals don't stink. You see, everything we're doing is totally counterproductive, and we believe this is how to do it. This is the right way. We've lost our minds. We don't think. When you go to my chicken pen, you're going to find there's absolutely no odor there. None.
Yeah, no stench.
No stench. Because the manure is displaced with all kinds of yard waste. It's so lost in the mass. It doesn't stink. It's consumed. Or when you compact chickens in small places with nothing but manure, duh. Yeah. I'm just telling you, man, we've lost our minds with going to school. They've erased our brains. We no longer think.
And the manure that they make, I've always heard that chicken manure, you have to be careful because it's so hot.
Well, the chicken manure in this is 1 part per 10,000 of live yard waste. So it's so dispersed that whatever heat may in it is lost. And you see in nature, nothing's being burned. They're pooping on the ground, but it's so displaced and spread out. It's so you concentrate it in unnatural settings that you have problems. See, when you come back to this God who made it all, did it perfect, and there's absolutely nothing toxic and no side effects. Conversely, everything we do is toxic, has side effects. Come on, man, wake up. There's something wrong with this picture. And our dad is willing to show us how to do it. He demonstrates how to do it all around us. We just have to ask. But we're so arrogant and proud, we think we can do it better than him.
This is a guy that don't eat. You see that?
You don't.
See this, Mom? This is a guy that don't eat.
I love it. I got kids coming here all the time who just are begging their parents, can I get more asparagus? And their parents says, we can't feed them. I said, there's nothing wrong with your kid. Kids are tracking, they get it. Jesus says, if you become like one of them, you're not going to go to heaven. They are totally tracking. I says, what's wrong with the kids is you, because you're not giving them good food. If you gave them good food, they'd eat it. This kid would love it here. He just hangs out and eat all day long because it stuff's good.
And he's a good worker.
I'm telling you, man, we were made for this. You're right at home here, buddy. This is where you're supposed to be.
He helps his papa out a lot.
Yeah, but this is natural. God put us in a garden for a reason. We're supposed to be in it. Does anybody know how long it's supposed to take for you to eat asparagus after you plant it?
I hear it takes, you grow one season, every other season.
No, but from starting, how long does it take before it's big enough to eat?
I thought it was like
2 to 3 years. That's what I heard too.
3 from seed.
I'm going to take you over here and have you try some asparagus I planted last April.
Oh, yeah.
Well, see, everything is. You see, things that are bitter is because the ground is depleted, and the plant is reacting to the. It's bitter because the ground is mad. I'm just telling you, it's so common sense. This is a living being, and it's telling you, I don't like where I live. You're not feeding me well, and so I'm going to express it with my bitterness.
Well, you know, it's interesting to me that Jesus in the parable of the sower, the one that grew up 30, 60, 100 times was the one that fell in the good soil. That it was a good plant because it was good soil. And he even told us that.
It's all connected.
Yeah.
You are what you eat at all levels. Everything.
Do you pay much attention to the bacteria in your soil, or do you think much about them?
What amazes me about what I've come to is I know this creator God, he's my dad, and he doesn't, so I pay no attention to the details. Let me tell you some numbers that'll blow you away. There was a guy in Montana, they're the ones who developed the whole bricks testing of food minerals in soil and the refractometer. It's International Ag Labs. He goes all over the United States and he tests farm soils and he tells them how mineral rich they are. When he saw the film, he says, I'd love to test that guy's soil. But I can't get there, I'm in Montana. So he sends a guy from Seattle to take a soil sample. Let me give you the numbers. Nitrogen, the desired level is 40, mine's 120. The one that really blows me away is phosphorus. The desired level is 174, mine's 2,345. Desired level is potassium is 167, yeah. Desired level is 167, mine's 1,154.
So that's just unheard of.
It is unheard of. And what I love about it, it's God. You see, this is why all my food tastes so good, because the high mineral content, folks.
Wow.
I'm not flavoring this. I'm not sneaking up behind and sugar in it. This is the effect of minerals. And what I love about this, I didn't do anything. I paid no attention. I just put a covering around and God does it all. I'm telling you, man, he's awesome. He's magnanimous. He's like, wow, yay God. I mean, he's just incredible. Wow. And I love these scientists just blow me. I had an agnostic scientist come here last year, PhD biologist. We're talking like, and he comes in with this like, you know, I'm a PhD biologist. And what you're doing won't work. And I love it. I says, oh really? Well, let's check it out and show me why it's not working. So he's walking around. He comes to my cellar over here in the garden. He stops dead in his tracks and says, there's no way we can get celery this big and this start without fertilizer. I said, sir, I never fertilized. He says, I don't believe you. I'm going to come back and test your soil. Really? I want to see the test. He comes back with a little black bag in 2 weeks. He tests my soil. The pH, what's my soil? The pH in my wood chips, which they were told at school, ties up nitrogen and makes your soil acidic. The pH was 7.0. Perfect. And I looked at him, and the Holy Spirit came out and said, let me tell you something, sir. Let God be true and every man a liar. You were lied to in school. This guy was so blown away. He's checking 3 other places, and the lowest he could get, my fresh wood chip was 6.5. So I went to blow his mind. You see, over here I have a hydrangea plant. It's not blooming yet. But if you know about hydrangeas, this is one of those really big round flowers. And depending upon the soil conditions, if it's acid, the flower is blue. If the soil is alkaline, it's pink. I took him over here and I said, can you explain to me why my hydrangea has both at the same time pink and blue flowers? And this guy's just flipping out. This is a PhD. He's sitting as a blank look and says, I said, so you can't tell me why? I thought you had a PhD. You told me you knew this all. You can't explain what you're seeing here? He looks at me and says, I've never seen this before. Well, I can explain it to you. You just told me. My pH is 7.0 because it's perfectly balanced. Both colors shows up because it's dead center. Yay, God! God's awesome. You got 2 colors at the same time. Everybody has to adjust it one every year. I get them both because it's totally balanced. I love him. He is.
Is that new cherry tree over there?
Yeah, I took one down because it got too big. I had one over here that was 17 years old. It was 40 feet tall. I took it down. Remember my big cherry tree? It's gone. I can't reach a fruit on them anymore, so I have to plant small ones. It was only 17 years old, 40 feet.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, but I'm just saying, see, my challenge is things grow too fast. I wish they hold, you know, give me a break, but there's just, can't stop them, man. It's just like, you know, it's awesome. Let's talk about this cooking. Those of you who ate this asparagus, would you ever have cooked that?
No.
Why would you want it?
Don't need to cook it.
Why would you want it?
You don't have to.
Can I tell you something? That the Creator, when He created Adam and Eve, did not issue them a stove and refrigerator. Excuse me? Don't tell me you couldn't.
Would you eat that?
We were never designed to take live food, put it in the refrigerator and let it die, and then cook it and kill all the enzymes. It's the most counterproductive thing you can possibly do to food. Here's a scientific fact that's scary. In 10 minutes, not 10 hours, in 10 minutes after fruits and vegetables are picked, they lose up to 80% of their metabolic properties in 10 minutes. Is there any wonder why He put us in the garden?
I can eat it like that.
And then, you know, Jesus tries to reconnect us there in the Sermon on the Mount. He says this, consider the birds of the air.
Yeah, I'll eat it.
Include all the animals, because they didn't separate. They didn't rebel against God. He says they don't sow, they don't reap, they don't store food in barns, but your Heavenly Father takes care of them. And then He poses a question to get our attention. He says, aren't you of more value than them? What He's trying to say to us is, I plan on taking care of you all the same way. You disconnected. You look at animals. No stove, no refrigerator, carry no health insurance, don't go to doctors, live incredibly healthy lives, and what do? They eat food fresh in season all year long. And the bear, when it's not enough food, he just takes a nap, waits for it to show up. But they're totally relaxed, no stress, have all they need, and live in incredible health. And Jesus is trying to get our attention. You're worth more than them. And my dad planned to take care of you all the same way. You disconnected. Get connected. Come back. The provision's there. Oh, well, now what do you think of asparagus?
Very good.
See, asparagus, I'm going to get some big tall ones here. Now you see this guy's out here, he's walking in my garden where I have just planted squash plants. But it's no problem. Keep walking in it. It's not going to hurt anything. You see, because my ground is so porous and nice, there's absolutely no damage to it. Now,
You said you planted this last year.
no, we're going there. This has been here for a while, but I want you to, all from your experience, this is going to literally blow all your minds. You see asparagus, when you snap it off,
Yes.
this stem right here
Wow, that is soft.
is tough and bitter. I want you to watch this. See the water dripping out?
Uh-huh.
Now, from your experience, you know this is stringy and tough. Start here, each way back and talk to us.
Oh, I saw you go
see
through
how
it.
tender it was
Yes.
from biting it.
You usually have to
You could
cut
eat this
that
whole
off.
thing. You could cook the whole thing.
Oh, thanks.
Start the stem.
You just
cooking
pull them
kills
out. You don't break the...
Cooking kills it.
Usually
Has to
you
be
throw this
eaten
part
raw.
away.
When you cook food, you kill enzymes.
Really
That's
sweet
true.
and tender.
The cells that digest
Somebody-
the process.
Stem first, the tough end.
Kills the enzyme.
Oh my goodness, you can eat it raw.
I want you to hear me. Hear what you said. You can eat it raw.
You see how he pulls his
Listen
up,
to
boy?
me.
We always cut ours off.
You know why you should I'm breaking it off at the crown,
Right.
and that stimulates the growth. It's like pruning.
You pull it
When
up
you
from the
cut
ground.
it atop, it won't send another one back.
No, I'm listening to what he
It
said.
won't send it back. You see, because you did a foul pruning. Pruning is always, you want to break off it, you know.
Just below the soil level.
So that's why you're pulling
See, I go
it.
down and I break it off
Yes.
down there.
He
You know,
twisted
I'll
it.
get rid of that part, but eat that. See how good that is.
So you break
That
below
was
the
very
soil
wet.
level.
Me?
Full of water.
He doesn't
Now,
water this.
can I tell you about cooking? Everybody listen to me. When God created, go down, snap it off. I want him to eat it. Give it to him. Go down deep and pull it right up. You gotta twist it and break it off.
Yeah, twist it and break it off.
Go. Oh, you see? Now you go. Dad, go down there below and break that off. So I want to go to the crown. There you go. We're good. Now bring that to me. I'm gonna set that part in the ground isn't good, but I want you to now eat this end and see how good that is, and talk to us.
How do you like it?
Good.
Now,
Can you talk a little bit about asparagus and how the roots go so deep?
this is awesome. Again, this is the genius of God. You know, this asparagus shows up in your garden. What time of year?
Early spring.
Early spring, April. You know what April followed? April winter when you had no greens. And and your body is craving minerals and greens, and so you're out planting your garden because you want greens, you're craving it. And God just has this show up perennially out of the ground, just pops up and it's there for you. And this will feed you until your greens come in. Now, let me tell you the power of this stuff. All of you who have eaten this, when you urinate next, you're going to smell those most powerful mineral odor that nothing else does but asparagus. Nothing else does that. Here's why. Asparagus sends roots in the ground 15 feet, not inches, 15 feet into the earth. And they're pulling up mineral content that no other produce touches. You know when God has that show up in nature? In April, when you need minerals the most. You think that's a coincidence and accidents are like, oh, that's cool. No, no. This is divine design. Genius, divine design. I'm telling you, man, it's awesome. And this stuff is perennial. It'll produce for the rest of your life. Once you plant it, it's forever.
Oh, so you just leave it?
It's just forever. It's forever. I have this is a new plant. I've got one over here that's 28 years old. And when this stuff is coming on, I get out of these two beds, I get a full pot, 4-quart pot every other day. About now I'm tired of eating some of the other stuff in my garden, but for the whole spring, I have all the food I can possibly eat from this asparagus.
Now do you plant?
This has been here 20 years. But I got to take you one that I planted last April because you're going to blow your mind how nice those are already.
Okay, so it takes a year.
Well, they say it takes multiple years. I'm just telling you. And what I do all the stuff they say doesn't work. You're going to see where I planted this. It's under my apple tree. It's in front of my barn that cuts out all afternoon sun. So I'm doing everything they say won't work. Let's go eat it.
Could I just harvest one?
Yeah, go get that big one right there.
This one?
Yeah. Go down right to the ground. Snap it off.
Okay, I just wanted to see how it's done.
Yeah, twist it, and break it off. Twist. Keep going. There you go. Now come here. I want you to get rid of it. Oh, come here, right here. Now, start eating that.
So how do you know where to break it off?
Oh, it's just kind of.
I don't want to
sound.
sound.
I've done this once before.
Because I know the one from the store, you just bend it and it breaks where it's supposed to break.
Have you had?
Full of water.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
It's soft.
God wants to hydrate you. Water is. You know what your body is 70% of? Water. You know what the type of the Holy Spirit is? Water is huge. It's a major component to life.
Yeah.
And all the foods He's created is loaded with water because it's supposed to be. Isn't that good?
You don't have to cook it,
Could you?
right?
You guys mind if I eat it all?
It's yours. Have at it, man.
Saying you're not sharing?
You got to give me some.
I'm kidding. I'm trying to take it off.
So was this part of the asparagus? There's just a weed here.
No, you see, now what happens, I'm glad you asked. See, now when asparagus is finished growing, it creates a fern, which feeds the crown. That fern has to be there all summer, and in the fall it just dies off. But all summer while that's growing, it's feeding that crown, developing a greater root system to make more food next year.
So it doesn't drop seeds at any.
It does. It does drop seeds. That's why I have, see all the little ones coming up in here?
Yes.
That's
So this
coming
is-
from seeds.
Is this Mary Washington?
Yeah. I'm going to take you over here and show you one that's called Purple Passion, which is amazing.
That blew my mind, I tell you that.
Now when you plant the asparagus, do you plant from seeds?
The deer have been eating those leaves off. That's why I get this dog.
A little while ago, Paul told us he had planted some asparagus from seed, and he's going to show us from last year.
I planted this asparagus last April.
We're going to see.
Can you
Not seed, these are crowns.
They were crowns.
Crowns.
Okay. I've done seed and crown.
Okay, these are
Where'd you
crowns.
get them?
I got them from Fedco, and I recommend Fedco highly. They're really an awesome company. They're not controlled by Monsanto. Most of the seed companies are, and they have really good quality stuff. And they're such a generous. I had a Seventh-day Adventist school principal call me, who lives in Maine, where they are. They're doing a huge garden to get subsidy for their school, and they went to Fedco, and Fedco totally gave them, no charge, just an incredible amount of seeds. That company is just awesome. Now you see these purple asparagus right here?
Purple asparagus.
Purple asparagus. This was planted last April. Last April. You see it's totally shaded by my barn, under my trees, in a place that you would never plant anything. Last April, they say it takes several years to get it. Look at it.
It's pretty good to me.
Well, wait till you taste it.
Is that different taste?
Yeah.
It's a different.
Come here, you. What was your name?
Anne.
Anne, you talk to us about that flavor.
Okay.
And I know people from Chatham do not lie, so.
Somebody else has that one?
Oh, unbelievable. It's a different flavor.
Isn't it?
It's nice, soft, juicy. And I'm not sharing.
Oh, darn
Ooh. No, I will let you taste it.
it. Okay, thank you.
So do you ever thin out your fruit trees?
Well, look at them. Look how I prune them. They're totally opened up.
You have to thin
Because I'm trying to reduce the amount of fruit I get. We're going to show you the numbers pretty soon. But I don't have time for thinning because that's a lot of work.
You put this one here on purpose, Paul?
No, it just came up on its own.
Very good.
Now I want you to come over here and check out this asparagus. If you notice underneath my apple tree, all these potatoes growing. Again, do the math. Potatoes under my trees in shade.
That ain't supposed to happen.
Yeah, I know it. I love doing things they say you can't do. It's just fun.
What type of potatoes are these?
These are red ones. A red potato. I want you. We're gonna walk over here, but don't walk. I got corn planted on the ground here in my orchard. You see the corn coming up?
Yep.
You see who plants corn in their orchard?
You get to taste a lot.
Don't.
It is a different taste.
Yes.
But same texture, same.
But I want you all to stand because I want to show you something powerful. Do you understand how they develop dwarf trees? See, all my trees are dwarf. These are all dwarf trees. You see how this tree this came from the nursery? See how it's all standing straight up? That's how they come. You see that one over there? How it's bent over already as a baby? Last year I planted that in February, and in June I took 30 apples off of it because the branches were going to break. Yeah, you see the branches already bent over? You see that one hasn't had fruit yet.
I planted it in June?
I planted it in February, and in June I took 30 apples off of it because the branches were going to break.
I know. Oh, look at this. I got mine covered up with a wood chip.
Now let me tell you how they develop dwarf. These are all dwarf trees. How they develop dwarf trees is they take a cultivar of what you want, and they graft into a rootstock that does not develop a root system. And because the root system stays small, the tree is dwarf. Remember how they taught you in school that the roots go as far as the drip line, as far as the branches go out? That's as far as the roots go out? You see this plum tree right here? This is an 8-year-old dwarf plum right there in front of us.
Okay.
You see this root sucker right over here? This root sucker right here?
Is that it?
This is coming from that tree, 30-foot radius, not diameter, radius from the trunk in 8 years.
Wow.
And that's a dwarf tree. It's not supposed to develop roots. You see my challenge? It's just, I'm telling you, man, you can see all along here, all these suckers. See over there? See those big old shoots? Those are all roots. Way over. See over there? Those are all coming from that tree. This is why I never have to water my trees. It's not about the amount of water in the ground that impacts your plant. It's the root system that can take it up. And because I have a root system this magnanimous, this huge, you don't need a lot of water. I'm just telling you, man, it's awesome when you start experiencing and seeing the genius of God and its incredible cover.
Could you say again when you put these wood chips on here when?
This one here I just put some recently, but up there, in front, we'll walk over there. Last time I put there was 14 years ago. 16 inches deep. 16, and right up to the tree trunks, tight. Which all the books say, and all the teachers say you can't do. You can't put it in the tree trunks, so it'll ruin the tree. Yeah. How stupid. You've been in the woods, in nature, when the wind blows, needles and leaves bank up the tree trunks a foot and a half deep. No one pulls those away. The trees are fine. I'm telling you, all these lies they tell us are insanity. And to create a little space around your trunk there with all kinds of garbage going to fall in to keep it away from the trunk, how stupid. How inconvenient. Just telling you, man, we get lied to, and we're so brain dead because of our education, we believe the lies. We're not looking. Wake up and just pay attention to nature. It teaches you everything. You just throw the books away because they're lying.
So it's interesting you use wood chips here in your trees, but in the garden you use the stuff for your chickens.
That was a new thing. I use wood chips, but I started to realize what my chickens was making. And when I'm going to go there and see how awesome that stuff is. And when God showed me, you see, to get wood chips, I have to start up my truck and load them in and bring them in. Everything that maintains my garden, we're going to go there and eat it, you're going to be blown away. Everything that maintains my garden for the rest of my life, all requires is a wheelbarrow, a screen, and a shovel. And for the rest of my life, I have everything I need via my chickens from my yard waste. And God started to speak to me because I can't walk anymore and I can't do much. But you know what? You don't have to import anything. It's all here. It's all here. You just have to wake up and connect. I'm loving it. When you see this stuff, how beautiful it is and how easy it works compared to, it's just like, wood chips are awesome, but this is a step above. And this is all free, created right here, and requires absolutely no effort. Wow, God is awesome.
So if you were going to put in an orchard from the beginning,
Wood chips are awesome.
you would just do
I love wood chips.
like 16 inches of
Yeah,
wood chips?
if you can
and
get,
no-
and just think, 14 years I've done nothing. Now, I want you to notice something interesting here. Did you guys notice the grass where you park over there and look over here? You know, it's pretty thin. It's not really great. You notice this grass down gray here? See how thick and dark green it is? Can I tell you when I came, that grass was like this? But you see, I'm on a grade here. It's a slight grade. And 6 inches down is blue clay. We're talking impenetrable blue clay. Nothing goes through it. So as this compost tea hits blue clay, because this gravity works, it seeps into that pasture. Let me tell you what's happening in this pasture. This will blow you away. A pasture this size, which is an acre and a quarter, will support 5 sheep. That's what the book's saying. 5 sheep will be supported on an acre and a quarter. A farmer who raises these sheep for a living brought 53 adult sheep here last June. He brought them here because on his 25 acres that he feeds with chemical fertilizers and waters, they'd eaten the grass down the ground. He wanted to get his grass back, so he wanted to reseed and irrigate to get it back up. He says, they'll probably be here for a month. I'll have your grass all down, but it will give me time to get my grass back. He says, oh, fine, bring him here. This guy's a shepherd. He cares about his sheep. He comes every week to check them out. He calls me one night. He says, I have to call you. What I'm seeing happening with your place utterly blows my mind. My sheep I've been doing for decades, and I have never seen my sheep lay down during the day. They are on their feet all day long grazing. When I come to your place, every time I come, they're all laying down. And the Holy Spirit immediately prompted in Psalm 23, He lays them down in green pastures. I said, the reason your sheep are laying down is because they're satisfied. This grass is so full of minerals, they don't need to eat as much. And they're totally satisfied with very little. He didn't take them out till October, and they never got my grass down. 53 on an acre and a quarter. I'm telling you, and I want you guys to do the math. Just look at the math of this. This is coming from a place where I have done nothing for 14 years. That feeds all of these trees, all the produce I grow in between, and then has enough excess to do this pasture, and I've made no input for 14 years. In your mind, do the math. This is incredible abundance. This is the nature of God. These poor farmers today are going bankrupt, spending for fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides, and they're producing less and less every year. Well, I do nothing for 14 years and I get this? And all this stuff came in nature for free and it's renewable? I mean, connect the dots. This is huge. And again, it just shows this incredible, genius, generous God who designed this system for us to experience abundance, unlimited abundance, and it's all for free.
Well, do you not put the chicken manure on here just because it's not necessary to put it out in your orchard, or is there a reason you
I don't. I like wood chips. Wood chips are nice.
Okay.
It's a nice surface, you know, and I probably don't have enough to do all of it, but if I had nothing else, it would work. But it's just really nice for the garden because it's so nice. You see, this is a challenge to plant little seeds in. You got to pull it back. With that, you can plant right in it. Yeah. Well, let's walk over here to my garden, and I want you, as we go, to start noticing the abundance of my fruit. Look at this pear tree in front of you. Yeah. Look at the numbers on there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Look at this pear tree over here. You can understand why these branches bend down. No, I don't have time for that.
So these little suckers, if you were to dig one up and replant it,
it would not be the same as the tree because that's a rootstock. See, the rootstock is a different thing than the tree. They graft into it to make it dwarf, so it's not the same. I don't know what it is. But just look at my beautiful weeds. Look how healthy they are.
But they're easy to pull up.
They pull easy, yeah. Everything does. I want everybody to come over here and look at this pear tree. Look focus on the numbers in that.
It's interesting that the pears all grow up.
What's that?
It's interesting that the pears are all growing up. Yeah. Is that because the branches are
look how many are on there.
This is a pear. It's just weird that they're all coming up instead of fucking melted fruit.
Now I want you to notice my nice planting of carrots over here in my orchard. And don't step my zucchini plant there. That's a zucchini. But look at how nice those carrots are. This is in the middle of my orchard. See all the onions out there? See, there's no space here that isn't available to grow abundant, incredible food.
I know you.
No space. And you know what's so cool in the summertime when it gets hot? Ray, listen to me. When it gets hot in the summer, you can't grow cilantro and arugula and lettuce out in your field because it's too hot. They'll bolt. But I planted my trees in the shade, and I have cilantro all summer. No other farmer does, because I have shade. I get it.
So this is all cilantro?
No, but it's not warm enough yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm still growing cilantro in the garden. But in August, I'll start planting my trees, and I get shade, and I have gorgeous cilantro in August. No one else does, because I have shade. So I'm just telling you, God made it so amazing. This is why you don't need a lot of space, because you can grow everything anywhere in your place, because it's abundant, no limit.
Did you just move these wood chips off from this spot here?
So this is I just brought these in. This is a new load. Mm-hmm. No, that there has just been a while since I've replaced. You know, this is broken down. But you can see the nice onions I'm growing out there. I got over there. I got cabbage growing. I got a whole bunch of little pickling cucumbers coming up. It's just unlimited. Just how much you grow. I don't need this, but I just have it to give away. My wife is a midwife, and these women who come here that are pregnant need this good food, so it's just a pleasure to give. And look at this cool looking kale. Look at the color of that one. That's a new one.
Yeah,
Love the color.
Yeah, that's
very exquisite looking one.
Now, Paul.
Yes.
We've seen, shots of you with your rake, making a little path in there where you would plant seeds and how you kind of rake it over. Most of us are going to start with, this.
Okay.
How would we plant in this?
Let me show you. This is what's so cool.
So you do nothing underneath. You don't.
No, watch this. And again, you're gonna see when you're paying attention. You're gonna see that everything God created. Now you see how you weed in this without bending over?
Like that.
Was that awesome? Did you see that? Let's pull that weed. Didn't bend over. Anyway,
that's what you do.
Here's how you plant a garden. Got the whole
yeah,
root.
that's what I wanted to see.
Got the whole root. You bet, buddy. Now here's how you plant it with wood chips. You pull the wood chips back, and you see when you come to the soil there, you realize that's plantable. Now what's awesome, you see this little ridge I made? Mm-hmm. That knocks the wind out. And so it's warmer down here. So I make a little groove like that, plant the seeds in it, cover it, and then with this ridge here, when the wind blows, it's warmer, the seeds come up quicker. As the seeds come up, then you take your wood chips and put back around the ground, and then go enjoy your life because your garden's done.
So you don't cover them up until they come up.
Once the seedlings come up, you put the wood chips
back.
back
Yeah, because you want to cover the ground. Keep it moist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep it covered.
I made that mistake early this fall. Planted a bunch of seeds and just dumped it on there. Wasn't even thinking.
No, you see everybody. I'll tell you. I encourage you to, if you go to the website backedenfilm.com, there's a section there called News. There's an amazing review done by Rodell Institute. Rodell Institute, if you're aware that they've been around since the 40s, J.I. Rodell wrote many books on minerals and health. They're really a well-known scientific agency for decades. One of their researchers did a amazing article on the film, and they explained how wood chips work. It's really worth reading because it really will open you up to how this whole process works. They did it from scientific, and it's awesome. What really blesses me in my spirit, my grandmother had J.I. Rodell books. I bought the Troy-Bilt tiller because that's what they used in their gardens. And now they've come full circle and realize you don't till, you put a covering. It's so awesome. People are getting it, man. It's just like, yay God. I'm going to take you over here. As you walk through here, I want you to contemplate in your mind whatever possessed that Adam to rip the cover off and expose dirt and start tilling the ground. Why did he do that? It makes no sense. It doesn't work. He had the demonstration in the garden of how to do it right. When he got outside the garden, the landscape was the same, and he went out there and intentionally ripped the cover out and started tilling the ground. Why did he do that? Think about that. Let's walk over here and get some interesting food here.
So you can't
start with grass. You have to get rid of the grass.
The grass, don't ever remove it. Put paper over it, let it die because it's a great green material and makes wonderful fertilizer.
Oh, and then you put your...
Yeah, you see, when you put paper over it, it'll suffocate it, and anything without air and light dies, and all that grass becomes wonderful green fertilizer for your plant. Now you see this arugula here? Anybody like arugula?
I do.
You know, arugula is spicy. Come and eat this stuff, everybody. This is awesome food.
It's got a nice bite.
Yeah, it's very crispy, but I want you to notice the integrity it has.
That's good stuff.
It's integrity. Now,
Spicy, tasty.
I want you to look at this spinach.
That's good looking spinach.
Look at the size of that leaf.
That's beautiful.
This was planted. Eat that. See how good it is. Eat the stem too.
Awesome looking.
This was planted the first week in April.
What is this?
Spinach.
Oh, my
Wow, that
goodness.
is great.
Look at the size of these leaves.
Wow.
Look at how beautiful. Look at that. Look at that stuff. Not a bug bite. Totally thick. Totally awesome.
That is spinach. Okay.
Can you imagine? Listen. Can you imagine Walmart trying to put this in their shelf? Look at the size of it. They could never get it on there. This just would totally dwarf their place. Wow. Yeah, get it. Eat this. This is awesome. This 70 miles down the road here, we have a rainforest. A whole rainforest that gets 14 feet of rainwater every year. Not 14 inches, 14 feet of rainwater. Are you tracking with me now? In your mind, picture a body of water 14 feet deep and put that on the ground. That's what it look like. And you saw those girls in the film walking in that forest. There's no mud under their feet, there's no standing water, and here's the genius of God. This inanimate object takes 14 feet of water and wicks it out to the surface and evaporates it. And in my place, in the middle of August when there's no water, it retains it. It holds it. I'm telling you, man, this blows my mind.
When it's needed, it releases the moisture in the air, and when it's needed in the ground,
and it has no brain.
So you're in a
rain shadow.
We get
15 to 18 inches of rain a year, and from this guy in this film shared that at the end of June until the end of September, we get no rain all summer, none. And all these trees have been here 35 years, never irrigated. Cilantro, see, that's really good.
Cilantro is amazing.
Go eat that cilantro.
Is that the butter lettuce?
No, the last row is cilantro.
The lettuce.
Yeah.
Like the butter?
There's some butter.
I have all kinds of varieties in there. Who wants to be bored, man? Plant multiple. So whatever you want, you just pick, you know?
This is
Are you noticing the flavor of that cilantro compared to the stuff you've had in the lousy store?
Yeah. I can't believe it.
Everybody gets cilantro because, let me tell you about cilantro while you're eating it. Cilantro has the highest vitamin C of anything that grows. No citrus, nothing has the vitamin C content that cilantro has. You know what else is awesome about cilantro? This shows you the heart of God. On the third day, when he created cilantro, he had this generation in mind. I'll tell you why. Cilantro is a natural chelator that takes heavy metals out of your body. That was not an issue for the human race till 50 years ago. And God had us in mind when he created cilantro. Now let me give you the most amazing weed. At your foot there, this lady here, pull that weed. That's lamb's quarters, and that's the most delicious weed you ever had in your life. Eat that and talk to us.
That's if you survive.
No, that is good.
It tastes like it should go in a salad.
Yeah, it should. That's a weed. My wife prays for these to come in because it's an herb and it's really good for us. And they're just weeds. I get them all the time. And I eat it all. Yeah.
How do you get good weeds out of it?
Huh?
So how do you end up with good weeds?
We pray for them. My wife prays for lamb's quarters and miner's lettuce. And we have them all over the place.
That's actually very good.
It's excellent.
My mom used to eat this in Canada.
It's very good. And see, they're all these little weeds are miner's lettuce, are lamb's quarters.
In the yard and
Now, where's it? Come here. You're a good guy. I want to do a demonstration here that will blow you away. Now, see this ground we're walking on? And we're all walking in my garden. This has never been touched since last fall when I took my stuff out. Now come here. I want you to with your feet, compact that as hard as you can. You know when you till ground and you walk on it, it compacts. Now you see what he's doing, and you see how the ground is laughing at him and bouncing back. Come on now, really put that.
That's about all I got.
Okay, now in your mind, picture what that would look like in a tilled garden. You'd have it, now watch this. No, I'm gonna really show you. Watch this. I'm just gonna drag my rake through. Wow. Is that awesome? See, all I have to do to plant my garden is come out with my rake, grade it out, make it smooth, create a groove, plant my seeds covered. Can I get easier?
So with this, I mean, this is basic. I mean, this is dirt, right?
This is refined topsoil. This is like you won't find topsoil. This is all created from my yard waste via my chickens.
And so why is it that this can stay not compacted when 200 pounds of me can stomp on it? Doesn't need to be covered with the wood chips.
Because it's created from nothing but live material. You see, all other soils you have the cover taken off and no life is in it. It's totally dead material. This is living. This is what I've been gardening for 59 years. I understand. We used to wear shovels out as kids hand spading. We wore them out. The blades broke. And I understand that workload. And when I look at this, it jogs my brain. I'm thinking like, okay, God, doctor. He says, when you took the cover off the ground, it was sterile. And no matter how much you tilled it and stuff, it's still sterile. And you're killing all the living organisms. This stuff has never been sterile. This is all living material. It's so, I'm telling you, man, it's huge.
Yeah, I think sunlight kills bacteria. You need the bacteria to break down the stuff to make it.
You see, the covering is so significant because the sun never gets to the soil under the covering.
So this doesn't need to be covered because...
This is the covering. You see, my roots are growing down here. You see down there how nice and damp that is?
Daddy.
The sun's not affecting that.
On the bottom.
Yeah, it is.
So you could use the chicken manure or you could use wood chips.
Daddy.
This is not chicken manure. This is 1 part chicken manure per 10,000 parts live feed waste.
But this came out of your chicken coop.
It did, but what was taken in there was all these weeds, all my plants. You're going to see my kill plants. I mean, I take everything there, all my wood ash. Okay. Let me tell you something interesting about wood ash. This is huge. Dr. Joel Wallach, who did that talk, Dead Doctors Don't Lie, the government of America, U.S. government, gave him $30 million grant in the 80s to do a study of minerals and the effect on human health. $30 million in the 80s. That was a lot of money. Huge back in those days. This guy traveled all over the world studying cultures that lived over 100 years old. He found interesting 3 things in common they had. The first is they had no electricity. The second is they grew all their own food, all their food. And the third was, this was huge, they all heated themselves with wood and cooked with wood and put the ashes back in their garden. He said wood ashes is the highest mineral content material on the whole planet. And as soon as he said it, the Holy Spirit reminded me when Yellowstone burned. Yellowstone National Park burned. We're talking, I was there with my family, we watched the fire start, that thing burned to the ground. They thought it'd take decades for that to go back. In 2 years, it was like a fire never happened. Because all that ash was heavy minerals. And if you do the math in your brain, when a fire goes through material, everything but minerals are consumed. Minerals are not destroyed by fire.
Right.
And that's all that's left. So wood ash. See, I heat my house entirely with wood, and I've always filled it with my chickens because they like to dust themselves. And I'm realizing that's why I have these numbers that are so high on my soil test. It's the wood ashes.
I'm curious, you keep your lawn pretty nicely mowed there, and I don't see any lawn clippings there. Do you save your lawn clippings
all
for
the
compost?
Chickens eat it all. All goes to the chickens.
Oh, you feed the chickens your grass clippings? Really? Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you don't compost, because that's a lot of grass clippings.
It is, and it's all there. You're going to see it when we go over there.
Okay, you don't compost
and
anything.
then I'm putting some over there in my trees, see over my trees. I'm going to put witches over. This is all valuable material, and it's all to be used in your garden, all of it. And here's the word. From dust we came, from dust return. Everything God's created, this is the genius of God, everything He's created turns back to dirt. It's all recycled. And nothing's toxic, and nothing's wasted. It's such a genius design. And we're so stupid, we're packing all this stuff off to dumps making landfills, creating methane gas,
Right.
doing all this insanity, and thinking we're smart people and we're proud about it. We think we're cool. I'm telling you, man, it's totally crazy.
Yep.
What's wrong with us? You know, it's just unbelievable.
So if you use coal and wood, the coal it doesn't work the same way, does it?
I don't, you see, I'll tell you something about wood that God showed me that blew me away. Have you ever been in a house with a wood stove? Have you ever stood in the sun like we're doing right now and noticed the heat from the sun goes through your tissue to your bone and goes right into you? It's thermal. Wood heat does the same thing. And no other heat does. Electric doesn't. Propane doesn't. Natural gas doesn't. Only the sun and wood. And what God showed me was awesome. This blew me away. I'm about tears in my eyes. He said the trees take in photosynthesis from the sun and they store it in their cells, and when you burn it, they give it back. This incredible God. And trees are renewable. Everything else we're using for heat is not. And there's nothing that heats like wood, except the sun. I'm telling you, man, this God is just, when you start checking it out and seeing his genius design, you just stand in awe at his wisdom and his goodness. It stores the phytochemical, photosynthesis in its cells. All that heat is stored, and you burn it, it gives it back. What a genius idea. And in the meantime, it looks cool to look at, and it releases oxygen. I'm talking, this God is magnanimous in his design. This is like over the top, like, wow. I love it. Let's walk over here and show you some cool things. Does anybody grow Japanese maples?
Trying to.
Yeah, I have one.
Everybody, yeah, understand Japanese maples? They're small trees.
Right.
And there's a reason that in Japan, it's not a small place. It's not a big place. It's islands, and they have very limited space, and so they have to. They want to develop small trees because they can't let them get big.
Right.
I'm an arborist. I love trees, and I really appreciate. I love Japanese maples because they're very delicate, but they're small. They don't get real big. And so I planted a Japanese maple because I wanted a nice small tree that eventually I could use nothing but an 8-foot ladder to prune and make look very nice.
Good luck.
But I made a mistake. I planted one and put wood chips around it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
A serious mistake. And I was so intentional about this being small as that I planted it underneath my fir trees in full shade.
Which is the worst place.
Because you want to plant a tree in the sun.
Supposedly.
So I'm doing everything to make this tree small and manageable. Let's go look at it. And I'll just tell you up front, it's only 12 years old. Now we're approaching this tree. Now you see behind this fir tree with a clothesline on it? You see that gorgeous Japanese maple?
Oh my Wow, that's pretty big.
You see where it is? It's growing underneath fir trees in full shade.
Wow.
It's 12 years old.
I wouldn't have
And
taken
it's supposed to be a small tree. Come here, look at the root ball, and I'll show you what's happening.
What you should have done is you should have fertilized it. You could have stunted it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I like your log house. That's pretty cool.
It's been a great house. I built this house 35 years ago. I raised 7 kids here.
Did you build that?
Yep.
I'm getting ready to build one.
I'll tell you why I built a log house. I grew up in Los Angeles, where we have earthquakes. I lived in a house built in the 1900s with all plaster walls. I no sooner get all the cracks filled and painted, we get another earthquake, all these cracks. I says, I'm going to build something that can flex. I've had it with this. Logs are awesome. My kids marking the walls, just give them a chisel, they'll clean it up. The thing will totally flex in an earthquake, it'll last forever. Yeah. And it's a thermal mass and it holds heat. Right now you see all the roots at the surface there? Oh, yeah. See, my wood chips have broken down. I'm not bringing any more back in.
You really should have used it some more.
Look at the size of the wood of that trunk, and then look at the look at the density of foliage. Look how full that is. Now, all of you, I want you to all to come over here. I want you to arrest your thinking. All of you who think you have hard, nasty, impenetrable ground to work with, I want you to see my soil. Come over here. Look at my soil, everybody. It's right here. Come look at it.
I like your furniture. Did you build it?
No, one of my wife's clients, she's a midwife, made those chairs in here. But look at my soil.
Oh, yes.
This soil is what you walked on
I recognize
and
that.
ate from in all those spaces. That's what's under all that stuff.
Wow. Could you please repeat that again?
All that stuff you walked on out there and ate from is growing in this. And I want to tell you something about God. He's not challenged by clay and rock. It doesn't bother him. And I love that word that says, as we behold the Lord, we're being changed from glory to glory. Everything that comes in contact with God, including clay and rock, gets changed to the ultimate benefit. I love it. See, there's nothing challenging for God. Just cover this, and you're totally there. It's just, I'm telling you, it's totally awesome. Isn't that an awesome tree? Look at the shape of that. This tree right here. This to me is the most perfect example of pruning you'll ever see in the world. Look how it's just totally laced out. Nothing's touching. It's just, you know, totally awesome. I love it. That's a witch hazel tree. It's over 60 years old. They grow very slowly. And what's amazing about this in the wintertime, when it's totally nothing happening, this thing is in full bloom, and when the snow's on it, it's like exquisite. These orange flowers with white, it's just like totally awesome.
In the wintertime?
In the wintertime, it blooms all winter. Total flowers all winter.
What's the name of this again?
Witch hazel. It's the herb witch hazel.
You said something too about the rocks having minerals that over time leach into the
Here's the
soil.
thing. Remember how they taught you in schools to take rocks out of your garden?
Oh yeah.
What insanity. Literally. What are rocks? Minerals. They're concentrated minerals. Excuse me? That's as stupid as taking money out of the bank and throwing it away. You want minerals in the soil to feed your plants. And they told you you can't grow stuff in rocks. And all of you have driven along mountain passes, all of you, and you've seen gorgeous firs, hemlocks, pines growing out of solid rock, bright green, totally healthy, and they're growing out of solid rock, and you go home taking rocks out of your garden because you're told that you can't grow a garden here? What happened to us? We lost our minds. They took us to school and erased our brains. We don't think. We no longer think. I have an altar over here I love. It's a big rock pile. And I call it my altar. Because if you notice in the Old Testament that whenever people have encounter with God, he'd have them build an altar. And the reason he did that because we have short memory. We forget stuff. Every time they came across that altar, they were reminded, well, that's where I encountered God. And they remind themselves of that encounter. So this rock pile over here is my altar. Every time I walk by it, it reminds me of the stupidity of not asking God. Those rocks came out of my garden when I spent hours tilling, hauling them all out. I mean, I worked hard to fail. I worked really hard to fail. I'm telling you, man, it's stupid. It's stupid. And we keep doing it because of the disconnect. Now, have any of you wondered or have a clue as to why Adam began to till? Remember I told you to think about that? Anybody have an idea?
Yeah, lack of faith.
Couldn't see it.
Let me show you something. God showed me this, and it blew me away. I'm going to take you over here and show you why. This is huge. Well, this tree here, you guys, this is a classic illustration of I don't know if you remember, but in school they told you one thing was right. The only live part of a tree is a cambium layer below the bark. That's that green. The whole wood part of the tree is totally dead. It's just there for support. I want you to notice this tree. It has absolutely no trunk. It has no trunk. There it is. And I want you to notice how lush and green and healthy it is. And the trunk is totally rotten, non-existent. When my kids were growing up, this tree was standing high enough. It was up, way up. One of the neighbor kids fell out and broke their arm. It was way up in the air. I love to shape it because it's growing so cool. I'm going to get over here and do a pruning demonstration for a lady because I want to open it up again because it's too full. But this tree is completely rotten, has no trunk, and it looks like this because there's still cambium underneath that little bit of bark, and it supports the whole tree. It's so amazing. I love it. Now, I live in a place that you can't grow figs. This is 600 feet above sea level. Figs grow in California, Mediterranean climates. And I want you to notice all the figs on my tree here that won't grow here. And you know why this tree is here? Because these fir trees behind here, this is south facing so I get full sun. You see this fir tree here? This protects it in the winter and it doesn't freeze out. You see this one over here? I had to cut back so severely. This one just this far over, even against the shed, had major winter kill. We're talking 10 feet difference. It's just so huge, these little microclimates that if you're waking up, God shows you, like you can do this, you know. I just love it. This tree was a stick in the ground 3 years ago. Look at all the fruit on it.
Now, Paul, this is the blueberry bush that we did in a pruning video, right?
Yeah. See how nice it's coming back?
With all those blueberries on it? That's what I'm looking at.
Covered.
Oh boy, this is blueberries, huh?
Now, I want all you men to come up here. Everybody come to the front.
Got a few berries on it, doesn't it?
There's a couple.
They're the best at doing projects. Because you see, men operate from the natural mind. They want to figure it out. Where women more intuitively go to the spirit. That thing called women's intuition is a spirit process. It's a part of the spirit. But men, they figure it out. They go here. So all you men come out here. Now if I'm walking down with the road with you, and I come across this space with all these dead dry wood chips, and I say, oh, look at that. That'd be a great place to plant a garden. You look at me like I'm stupid. What? You can't plant a garden. That stuff, you gotta have dirt. Are you track with me? Everybody on board here? Mm-hmm. You can't plant a garden in these dead dry sticks. You have to have dirt. But I want you to observe these plants that are growing in these dead dry sticks. Look at the color of the foliage. Look at the green in this material that science tells you ties up nitrogen to make your soil acidic. Look at the berries on that blueberry over there. Look at the beautiful color of the leaves of that blueberry. Look at this stuff. So obviously they're growing well. Here's what God showed me. This was huge. When God created Adam and Eve, He created them just like Himself. The Bible describes God as this. God is a spirit. And those that worship Him must worship Him in spirit and truth. Adam and Eve were created spirit beings just like God. And that's why they weren't naked. The body was the clothing for the spirit. And they were fully clothed because they were in the spirit. As soon as they sinned and went to the natural mind, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that's the natural mind, they shifted from the spirit realm to the natural mind. And what was their first response? Well, we're naked. We gotta cover ourselves. So that feels, and so when man looks at the covering, this is Adam, looking at the covering from the natural mind, he says, well, you can't go in that, you have to have dirt. And because he can't believe for what he can't see, he takes the cover off so he can see the dirt. And I thought, whoa. Tilling does not work. We're losing all the earth's topsoil. It's all blowing and washing away. This clearly does not work. And man keeps doing it because he's operating from the natural mind. And he has to see his dirt. He can't believe what he can't see. I'm telling you, man, it's huge.
Paul, one of the comments that I get the most is, how do you keep the edge? How do you keep the grass from going?
Line trimmer.
That's it. You just go in there with a weed eater and
every week, every time I mow, and like a few will grow in, I'll pull them out. See this one right there? But every now and then I'll pull out some. But most line trimmer maintains it pretty good. Now, does anybody grow these arborvitae in their yards for hedges? You see them in people's yards for hedges?
Yeah.
You look at this one here, you don't see them this big, and they're not this green. You see a dark, dead green on the outside and the inside. Open this up, open this thing up and check out the inside.
It's pretty healthy. Brown.
Yeah, check it out. Get in there and open it up. Check it out.
Really healthy.
Look,
this tree's only 10 years old. Look at the size of it.
That's the only reason why we don't plant them around our place, because we didn't like how
it was all dead inside.
And look what this is growing in wood chips. The stuff around your place is growing in hard compacted dirt, and you're irrigating it and fertilizing it. It looks terrible.
Yeah.
I point out these things I want you to get, because we all live on the same planet. And this stuff here is how it's supposed to be. That stuff you're seeing in everybody else's yard is not how it's supposed to be. Now does someone like sweet?
Mm-hmm. Who doesn't?
You're going to get ready for the sweetest experience you've had all day. This is going to really blow you away.
Grass?
No.
That would blow us away.
That fennel, everybody take a bite of that fennel and get ready for a sweet shock you've never had. Fennel, everybody take a bite, because I want you to...
The top part?
Any part of it, yes. So I want you.
Really tasty. Very sweet.
Yeah.
It
smells amazing. Oh, eat that stuff, man. It's good.
Bronze fennel.
No, get a piece.
It'd be better if I like black licorice.
Isn't that sweet?
You won't give that back.
Do I don't? No,
That's like
Yeah,
candy.
it is. And can I tell you? And can I explain? No. Look what it's growing in. Your brain is telling you this is a bunch of dead dry sticks, but what you're tasting is phenomenal mineral content. That's minerals that's giving that full flavor.
It does taste like
I'm telling you, man, if you go to the nursery and buy a fennel plant, it won't taste like this. They're totally bland and miserable tasting. It's mineral content that gives flavor to food. Now, does anybody here grow strawberries?
Do now.
I want you to observe my strawberry beds.
Look at that big strawberry.
Look at the color of the foliage. Notice there's no weeds. And notice that they're growing under my trees behind you. They're all growing under my trees.
Look at it, they were just passerby.
Let me tell you how to do strawberries. This is something you'll never get from a book, and this is why you came to grow strawberries. Anybody grow strawberries, tell me that it's a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
Well, they send out runners, and the beds get very congested, and to thin, the new growth is on top, and you got to get underneath it to get the old ones out. And it's a lot of hard work. So I'm doing this one day, and I'm talking to God. I said, "Now, God, you said your yoke is easy, your burden is light. This isn't. How would you approach this?" He says, "Oh, just cover the whole bed in the fall with chips. Just bury it." He says, "What?" "Oh, just bury it. Watch what happens." Here's the genius of God. See, I covered it with, this material here is really awesome. It's horse manure and shavings. My chicken pen, I had a whole truckload, so I just put it on my witches because it worked in my strawberries. It worked great to cover. So anyway, during the winter, your strawberries are a brown, ugly thing to look at. They're not attractive. Under the cover, all those ugly leaves are up there. You can walk out, so it looks really clean and nice. Under the cover, they're breaking down and they're fertilizing your plants. And here's the genius of God. In spring, when they come back, all the old ones that you wanted to thin out because they're too weak to push through the wood chips, they die and become fertilizer, and just the young ones come. You notice every plant is young and productive. There's not a weed in the whole place, and it took 20 minutes compared to hours of thinning. I'm telling you, man, God is awesome. It's just totally.
You covered this whole thing up.
Buried the whole thing. Didn't have one leaf to look at. Just you don't have to bury it much. Just enough to cover. And see, it doesn't take much. See how this just lays down? It doesn't take much. It doesn't take a lot to lay it down, but it's just phenomenal. And I want you to focus in on the number of berries and flowers of all that.
And you didn't get no runners or anything out of that.
Well, they're all underneath rotting. All the old ones didn't come through. This is just new growth. It's productive. It's not a weed in the whole place and never have to water. Are you starting to connect the dots? How easy this is? Brother, taking all the work out. It's just, I'm telling you.
So I got to ask twice, maybe 3 times.
Because He came to give us an abundant life and easy yoke-like burden. It's just awesome.
So how thick of a layer did you...
Just enough to cover leaves.
Okay.
Just you want to put them out of sight. Not a lot. Just enough to cover.
And does it matter whether you use... I mean, you said you use
this is horse manure and shavings. Any covering will work. Grass clippings will work. Just whatever you have. Isn't that awesome in there? Look at that guy digging. He's having fun.
That's nice and deep.
Man, I got a chicken farm by my house too, and I got to get some of that.
It just keeps going and just keeps going.
It'll never stop. And you see, he's doing that all with his hand. No tool.
Yeah,
and all that stuff is moving for him. Are you guys starting to get this? This is not how it is in dirt. This is look how black it gets as he's getting down. I'm telling you, man.
It's
like a gold mine. It just gets richer and richer as you go.
Yeah, and it's just wet. I mean, you can hear it.
You can hear it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He's down to his elbow. And this to me, you saw my soil. That's what he's in. That hard padded rock. This is where he's in.
Where are all the rocks? I got quick.
We'll find him.
break down?
I'm feeling some, but it's just.
Some.
Well, hold on, I got one.
You got one. There the rocks are.
There's a rock right there.
Look how muddy his hands are.
It's, I mean, just by hand.
This is why I never water. It's all retained.
That deep.
Wow.
That's just
we don't want to
incredible.
lose you, so
With
you better
his hand.
stop.
That's right.
No shovel.
You may end up in Canada.
And listen, and you guys all saw my soil. That's what he just went through.
That smells amazing too.
I'm telling you, man, this is just amazing God that transforms and renews everything. Now, let me show you something awesome about God, you guys. You know how in agriculture, they teach you how to, and they think they're so smart to analyze foods, and they figure out pH, and you adjust pH in the soil depending on what you're growing. All following me?
Yeah.
You know what's so cool about God? Is that He's so magnanimous. He puts the soil at total 7.0 balance, and He grows everything in the same place. Let me show you the water issue. This is huge. Come over here and look at this plant. You see this plant flowering here with the purple flowers? That is sage. And all of you who know anything about sage know that sage grows in deserts. Sage wants absolutely no water. This is a desert plant. You track with me? Right next to it, I'm growing watercress. Watercress wants to grow in standing water. And I have them side by side. This is what I took it out last year because it got so big on the plant because I slept the demonstration. But it grows right next to it, side by side. And so this is, my brain's too small to get around this because now I have the extremes of water requirements. A desert plant wants none, and watercress wants to be in standing water and thriving in a place I'm not watering. So I have to ask God because my head can't get around this. So I ask, God, talk to me. What's going on here? He says, there's enough airspace in the wood chips for the sage to stand in the open places and avoid the water. But if the watercress wants it, they can go where it is, but they have the option. I started to cry. I broke down. They have the option. God made this so totally perfect and so completely sustainable and covers all the bases no matter what you're growing. Can survive because it covers all the bases. Here, we think we're smart by adjusting pH, making everything like, for this plant, where God just does this magnanimous, awesome covering that satisfies everything. See those blueberries over there? You all know they're acid-loving plants. That requires an acid soil, and wood chips does it. In my garden, I got cucumbers planted over there. They're coming in too thick, so I stick them out here. Cucumbers are an alkaline plant, and I have them growing side by side thriving. Yay, God. Now, you see these plants over here that are in front of my blueberries? This is even more amazing. This is wasabi. Wasabi only grows in standing water in full shade. That's the only place it grows. I have it growing down there under that small cherry tree. You can't see because the grass is so high, but I've had it growing there for 8 years now. And people come to us, I have to point to it. It says, this year God says, take some starts up from that and put it out here so people can see it. So I went and pulled all these plants up here. They were this big. I'll show you an example. You see this little piece right here? Right there? You see how small that is? That's the size I brought these up in January. And they're this size now.
Transplanted in January?
January. Look at the size of this stuff. Well, I'm just telling you, have anybody eat wasabi? Come here. This is the most awesome thing for a salad. I want you to have a leaf. Wasabi?
Isn't that a
wasabi?
It's
not the root.
This is not the root, but I want you to taste that and you're going to realize this is wasabi, but it's in a milder form. It's not quite as hot, but it's definitely good.
Wow, yeah.
Isn't that good?
Really? Yeah. I didn't know you.
Anybody else eat wasabi?
No, I've never done it. I've never heard of it.
That's like
check that out.
A perfect introduction for somebody.
See, in a salad, that really sets your salad off. It's spicy, it's like another flavor.
Oh, so it's a little mild.
They make that wasabi from the root. Yeah.
But look how that's from. Look at my lamb's quarters. Look at how beautiful they are. He's afraid he's in. This is all wonderful. I want you to focus on my blueberries here. The number of berries that are developing.
How old are these blueberries?
8 years.
Oh, look at those. 8 years. That's pretty nice.
Those are beautiful looking bushes.
You see all this beautiful dill here?
Yes.
This is for dill pickles. You know how this happened? I was growing dill here last year. This all seeded itself.
So this is dill?
Yeah, and it all came by its own by seed planting, by itself. I started to realize that God doesn't collect seed and store them in envelopes and He just drops stuff on the ground. I'm starting to get it. I think He likes to show off. Listen to me. You know how they tell you to collect seed? Collect it in the fall, put it in a warm, dry place, and in spring plant it. You know what God does? He lets it fall on the ground, and then He sends winter with snow, rain, floods, ice, freezing weather on top of those delicate seeds, and in the spring they all come up. I just think he likes showing off. He's just like, I'm not challenged by anything. It'll all come up. I mean, he's amazing.
Can you talk a little bit about greenhouses and maybe your story with that one and why it's no roof?
The first, something you need to hear clearly, and write this down in your mind, any alteration of the natural order is only negative and degrading. Any alteration. You change the natural order, you're only going to make it worse. Because this creator who comes from a place of love, who has all wisdom, all knowledge, did it the best. And when you change it, you're not going to make it better. I read an article in Better Homes and Garden, which is not a farming magazine, that really arrested my attention. And I had a history to validate this. Because when I was growing up in Los Angeles in the 50s, skin cancer did not exist. And we're all in the sun, we're all sunburned, we have a major sun exposure. Skin cancer did not exist when I was a child. Because back in that day, everyone ate tomatoes that were growing outside in the full sun. They took a sun-ripened tomato and they examined it and they found 300 phytochemicals in the sun-ripened tomato. 300. They explained how they work. Look at tomato skin. It's no thicker than yours. It's a thin skin. It takes 100-degree plus temperature all day long blazing on it, and it never blisters. It stays totally smooth and gorgeous. There's a phytochemical in that tomato that protects the skin from blistering. The same heirloom tomato that grew in a greenhouse and tested it, you know what they found? 50 phytochemicals. 250 were lost with light going through glass because it interrupts photosynthesis. Today, everyone eats tomatoes that are grown in greenhouses, and today skin cancer is rampant. Connect the dots. You know what's so crazy about us as intelligent beings? We pay top dollar for these tomatoes that have absolutely no flavor, no nutritional value. We're eating them in January when there's no sun, and we think we're smart, and we're doing a good thing. I'm telling you, man, we have lost our minds.
Plus they've
You know what was so cool about God? You know, He's my dad, He loves me, and I'm kind of a slow learner. So I read that article and I said, well, that was interesting. I have this greenhouse here, I'm not getting it. So the next winter He sends this really strong wind, flips my greenhouse over and breaks 4 panes of glass. And so I says, okay, I'll just bolt this down some rails. I'm on my way to the glass shop and I almost heard an audible, excuse me? Remember that article? Don't put the glass in the roof. Let the sun come through, get photosynthesis. Yeah. If you have a greenhouse, take the roof off. Make sure you get direct sunlight. The glass inside is great for knocking out wind, but make sure you get sunlight, photosynthesis. So I grow basil, all kinds of cool stuff in there. It does great, but I'm not going to put a roof on it. I say thank you, God, for that article and that wind, because I'm dumb. I wasn't getting it.
That's awesome.
So how do you, if you're trying to be self-sufficient, how do you supply during the winter?
All winter long, I have incredible abundance of live fruit in my ground. With 8-degree temperature, as close as it gets here, with ice on the ground, snow on the ground, I have loaded with food. Here's what it is. That kale survives all winter. For greens, Swiss chard and cilantro grows all winter. In the soil, I have beets, carrots, parsnips, turnips, that when the ground freezes, actually become a whole lot sweeter. They're much superior in the wintertime. Then I have a lot of potatoes that I grew. They're right over there on the ground. I harvest those. I can store. So all winter long, I have abundance of food, and I never go to the store ever, any time of the year. Wow. And as you're eating this food, you understand why. Why would I go to the store and eat garbage? Stuff in the store is junk. It doesn't taste like this. Why would I spend money for inferior quality stuff? This store has nothing I want. There's nothing there. This is awesome. And I have it the entire year. And I go back to the Sermon on the Mount. The animals don't store food in barns, and they eat all winter. The bear takes a break, takes a nap, and wakes for spring. But everybody else eats all winter. Wake up, human race. You want to hear something interesting? All of you know, and you could be living in, where's that guy from Canada. You know, up there in Canada, it can get 40 below zero.
Yes. Well, you have to go pretty
far up. But
up.
at 40 below zero, nothing in nature ever dies. Nothing in the woods dies. Everything survives. And why? Because this covering acts as an insulator and insulates the ground. In everybody's farm at 40 below zero, everything dies because the ground's exposed and there's no covering. I'm telling you, man, it's huge. And it's not rocket science. It's very obvious. You know what else is amazing about this stuff that God showed me that really blew me away? This is not only an insulator, it's also a filter. You know those chemtrails we have coming around here all the time? That's barium and aluminum. They're putting in the air so they can inject electricity and mess with our weather, with the HAARP thing up there in Alaska. They need to have connect electrical currents, and they need something in the air to connect, so they put barium and aluminum, chemtrails. That's just poisons. It's killing all the coconut trees in Hawaii, California, when they trees are dying.
My iPod.
You know what's happening here? Stuff's not getting my plants. And here's what God's showing. It's amazing. When the film came out, some agency called the girls who did it and was really angry. He said, you know, that guy in the film said that this produce has more nutritional content growing in wood chips and stuff that gets fertilizer. That is erroneous. Fertilizer definitely brings up the nutrient content of the food. So the girl says, we don't know that. If you do the test, we'll publish it. And so they went out and they tilled this ground, beautiful sandy loam soil, and brought in the maximum chemical fertilizer they could, because you go too far, you burn. So they just maxed it out and grow this produce. Right next to it, they did the same thing, but covered with wood chips, no fertilizer. What they found when they tested the plants is the stuff in the wood chips had way more nutritional value than the stuff in the chemical fertilizers. So they said, wow, let's put the chemical fertilizers over the wood chips and water that in and see if we can upgrade those plants. And they did. And what they found after they tested it? Absolutely no change. The chemical fertilizer never got to the roots. And God told me, when I heard that, He said it with my spirit, you remember that, that's significant. So I got a call from a lady on the phone, and calls all over the world, from Louisiana. She lives in the Gulf Coast there, and she had a garden for decades with fruit trees, amazing garden, and was all destroyed when Katrina's salt water covered her whole yard. It killed every one of her plants and all of her trees. And she says, I don't know if I can do this again. This really, really discouraged me. So the Holy Spirit prompted me to ask her, do you have any wooded areas where you live? And she says, yes. How are they doing? Well, they're fine. I says, well, get it. That covering on the ground totally insulated and separated that salt from those roots, and the salt never got to the roots. The trees are fine. Put the covering, and salt water will never affect your plants. This acts as a filter. I'm telling you. And you know what God showed me? See, He knew up front that Satan was jealous and would do his utmost to corrupt his landscape. He knew that. And so He built into his landscape these protective, amazing features that totally withstands all of Satan's assaults. I love Him, man. He's just the best. He didn't miss a thing. And this is what's so cool about it. You see, as all this evil comes upon the earth, Psalm 91 you need to memorize and get in your spirit. As all that evil's happening all around you, and it is, because everything that can be shaken is being shaken. Psalm 91 says, you are under the shadow of the Almighty, and all that evil is happening out there is not happening here. And it's not. I'm telling you, my fruit's awesome, will always be, and nothing will ever affect it because I'm under the shadow of the Almighty. And so are you. You just need to believe it. Faith comes by hearing the Word. Speak that Word to yourself. Get that in your spirit, and that becomes your reality. That's the truth. Now, is anybody growing potatoes?
Yeah.
You see the size of these? Are yours that big?
No.
Let me tell you about potatoes, you guys. This is the most classic illustration of this easy yoke light burden that God has for us. Potatoes, if you know how people grow them, they're a lot of work. They till very deeply because they plant the potato quite deeply. Then as the potato grows, because it expands and the dirt falls off of it, they have to hill dirt over it. They hill dirt on top of it to keep it covered. Then they water because they have to. See these potatoes here? When I harvest a potato, I get on my knees, which is a very nice surface here. With my hands, with no tool, I pull the plants. With my hand, I move the witches back, and I take out these totally clean, beautiful potatoes because they weren't in dirt, they're not dirty. When I'm done, I've created a pretty good hole getting down to the bottom. So I take on the same day, I take my very biggest and best potato, put it back in the hole, and put the wood chips over it. And I just planted and harvested the same day in September. I eliminated the whole spring planting. That whole process is not happening. Then, instead of hilling potatoes, because the wood chips are interconnected, and when the potatoes expand, the wood chips just lift. Because they're all interconnected. Because the wood chips hold water, I never water. So in your mind, are you starting to connect the dots of all the steps that I'm not doing? It's once a year for a few minutes. I harvest and plant and I'm done. All year. It's over. No more work. And it's been here for 26 years, same place, not rotating cross because God doesn't. Can it get easier? I'm just telling you, man, He made it so easy, so awesome for us, and we just need to connect.
Can you talk a little bit more about the rotating of crops and why, like, farmers do it and why it's not necessary?
Farmers do it because the ground's sterile, and it develops, because it's weak, they develop fungal and all kinds of undesirable issues, and so they have to move stuff to avoid that. In a living organism such as this soil, nothing bad can happen. It's just too alive. I don't know if I told you, I want to share this. God showed me about insects that really make. One day I'm talking to God, I says, now God, I don't understand this issue about pests. You know how we call insect pests? That's a negative. And I says, God, you're coming from a place of love, that's your motivation, that's your essence, and you do all things well. What's this issue about pests? It doesn't line up with your character. He told me, they're not pests, they're my police force. I created insects to take out diseased, unhealthy, dehydrated plants, so only healthy plants produce seed and maintain healthy plants. Because if unhealthy plants produce seed, the plant will eventually become extinct. And I thought, wow, that's an interesting concept. And then whenever he shows me stuff, he does it in twos or threes, because the word says the mouth of truth, he witnesses truth is validated. So I have celery growing over here in my garden. Celery is a very difficult plant to grow because it takes a long time. The seeds are like miniature, they're like dust. And so they came in too thick, because you drop one and three fall. So I'm out there thinning the celery, and they're beautiful plants, and my spirit says, don't throw those away. Go plant them in the herb garden over there so you can give away to people. So I'm pulling thinning these plants out, they're bare rooted, I stick them in my herb garden, and they immediately wilt because they're bare rooted. The next day I come to feed my chickens, and my whole herb garden, the celery lettuce, is covered with slugs. We see no slugs here. That day, they're covered with slugs eating celery. So, okay, God talked to me. He says, just watch. I love his answers. He's so down-to-earth real. He wants you to get it. Just watch, he says. I says, watch. Only thing left. Just watch. Come back the next day, and it's still there. I says, you can tell me what? Just watch. Come back the third day. All they are is stumps. But there wasn't a slug in the place. And what he told me was this. He says, when you move those plants, they were stressed. And they put out a signal, a message, I'm stressed, I'm dying, take me out. And the slugs heard it and came to take them out. As soon as that message stopped the third day, the slugs were gone. Plants grew up, they were great. And then he said this to me, did you notice the celery in your garden was never touched by slugs? Because that celery was never stressed. It didn't put out the message. And I got it. I got it. And you see, when I came here and my soil was bad, I had all kinds of earwigs, all kinds of bugs eating up my apples. I had nothing here because my plants are well. Can I tell you something interesting God showed me? You see, when a bug bites into my plant, they drown. And remember the water content in my stuff? Yeah. See, bugs want to eat cellulose and fiber. They don't want water. So they only go after dehydrated plants so they get cellulose and fiber. When they bite into mine, they drown. They're out of there. I don't want water. I want food. They can't get it here. It's too full of water. And so the health of my plants resist, push away the bug. I love it. And just like, you know, your body, when you're in good health, you're eating well, you're hydrated, you're getting proper rest, you can be around people sneezing with the food, it won't bother you. But if you're drained, you're stressed, you're not hydrated, you're going to get sick. Because your immune system is not working well. It's all about this perfect balance in nature. Everything God created is a perfect balance, and everything but us is designed to support and maintain the health of the environment. Everything except us. I'm telling you, man, it's amazing. And when you start paying attention and listening, he shows you. You know, it's awesome. Come on, I want you to show you my soil manufacturing plant here. You can see all these, you see my kale plants, look at the size of them, and they're like 5 feet tall. So those big old stumps there, you know, and you see all this stuff, if you're trying to compost this and break it up, is a lot of work to chop this up and make it compostable. You see, I throw everything in here, and the chickens totally consume it, eat what they want, and then they leave it, they turn it back, and you can see where they're digging over that beautiful black stuff. And if you look closely to the outside here, the level in here is quite a bit higher than out there. And you see how short my fence is getting down there? Mm-hmm. My garden doesn't need any cover, but I got to take it out of here because I have too much. You see, at all levels, I'm being pushed with abundance. I'm telling you, man, it's huge. Now, for those of you who would like a fig start, you see over there, and I tell you this was so. See, this guy came here from Idaho. His wife told him, if you can get a fig start. Now, yesterday, if you don't think God exists, listen to this. That fig's been there for months, and I didn't think. Yesterday, he prompted me to prune that fig. There's a whole bunch of sticks on the ground over there that actually have roots coming off where I cut them because the chickens have compost around it because they're laying in the dirt. They're roots. So if anybody wants a fig start, go over there and you can find a nice stick with roots on it. Take all the leaves off, right to the chicken pen, and take that home. You stick it in dirt a foot deep. In 3 years, you're going to have fruit.
Wow! Did you hear that, Billy?
So go over there and help yourself. What? Get some fig starts.
So in all the stuff that you throw in, the chickens eat some of it, but some of it just ends up composting before they eat it. Okay, so that's why there's a mix, like you said, between
everything.
chicken and
See, they're not going to eat. I dug up a whole bunch of lemon balm. I'm not going to eat that. This is going to rot. And you see, they're constantly kicking and spreading it around. Now, this heavy stuff, what I'm going to do with this, when it dries out, I create a fire here and burn it. And just put the ashes back. So stuff that they can't consume, I'll burn. But you see all my grass clippings, you see the avocado pits, I mean, everything comes here. And they eat what they want. You look how healthy the chickens are. I mean, their feathers are nice.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
They eat all organic food. They're in good health.
They're not all pecked up either.
Well, they're satisfied. See, the chickens are pecking each other because they're hungry. They're not getting nutrition. They're getting maximum nutrition. Again, if you just start connecting the dots, it's so obvious what's going on. The chickens are malnutrition, so they're eating each other. Because
because my buddy's chickens, they're
all pecked.
Yeah.
See, these guys are totally full feathers. They're all happy because they have more food than they can eat. And this food is nutritional. It's all organic, good food.
Oh, none of them are packed.
No. Why should they? They got plenty of food. See those good roots down there, buddy? Now listen, peel all the leaves off. Take all the leaves off right there, so you don't leave any leaves left on it, and bury them.
I like this material.
Wow. You notice how nice that stuff feels under your feet in there? Man, and it's like 1.5 feet deep. I'm telling you, it's like a gold mine.
I'm just gonna put it together.
Fig starts.
I'm very busy with my work.
See, all these trees I have here were started from sticks.
It's ready for me, it'll be ready for you.
Wow. So what do you do with this big field since your sheep are gone?
I'm bringing sheep in. The lady bringing sheep in here pretty soon.
Okay.
I have a lady who brings them here now because she just loves them. She's going to bring them back.
I should get over there.
So, your chicken eggs, do you eat them raw or do you cook them?
Both. I love eggnog. But I cook them. What I do is, what's really been delicious, I take in my pan, I put down some avocado oil, and I put a layer of
from day one I was
sunflower seeds. Then I take asparagus and chop them all up.
Only now I have the opportunity to make
crack in 4 eggs and scramble it. I'm talking,
so
man.
you're doing that work, and
wow. Scrambled eggs with asparagus and sunflower seeds is just like totally satisfying, delicious.
Wow. You get your avocado oil from Costco?
Yeah. Avocado oil is great. You know what's nice? You can take higher heat than olive oil and not break down.
So how often is the debris collected here in Pest?
Whenever I get around, I usually wait for people to show up and help me, and I just get a group going. But my challenge is, I was sharing with him, is that I have too much. You see, my fences are getting really short, and my garden doesn't need anything.
Yeah.
And so I have people coming here with pickups and loading their trucks to their garden because they just need to get rid of it. But, you know, that's so the nature of God. I'm being pressed with abundance. I have too much.
That's not a bad thing.
I love him. You know, it's just his nature. That's who he is. Too much. Can I give it away? I mean, I can't use it all.
I can see you grow.
And it's stuff like that. It's just like you couldn't buy anything that good.
Well, that's the food you raise right here. What I've looked at, you can support a community, a small community with the food you raise.
You know, it's so awesome. When my stuff's going, people come in here with boxes and bags, and you can't even tell them in my garden they have no impact because there's so much. I'm telling you, man, it's just like it's so fun.
So when you screen it out, do you throw the stuff that's too big
right on the
back
ground?
in?
Because it keeps composting. Okay. So I use a screen like that, it's a half-inch screen, and I have a wooden frame right over there. And the wheelbarrow, just slide it, and just flip it right over. And so whatever.
Recycle the chicken poo?
Well, the chicken poo is in there, but it's probably 1 part per 10,000 parts of organic material.
Right.
So it's so dispersed, that's why there's no odor. There's no odor here because this manure is so spread out.
Right.
It can't concentrate.
Right.
And so there's no heat, there's no issues in this kind of density because it's, you know, and in nature there's no no issues. Nothing stinks in nature. See, my sense is when something stinks, it should be a wake-up call to your brain, something's wrong here. This is not normal. This is not natural. And we've come to, because we went to school, we've come to accept stench is okay. You drive by those feedlots where they're raising the animals you eat, you can't even breathe. It's so toxic. And you're buying that stuff and eating it? I mean, what happened? We're supposed to be intelligent beings. This is not intelligent. This is stupid.
I like all the wormwood you found you're doing while you're building. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got a whole load of this for next to nothing, you know. It was just because it was, I built that barn and everything.
Yeah, I see that. You used a lot of that. That stuff was
and you know
really
what's so cool about that? They introduced me to the mason bees. I started seeing them develop their little larvae in there. And I realized, wow, this is cool. So I started building these boxes.
That's great.
Cool.
Because it brings mason bees, so there's just so many benefits. I just, you know, the thing about God is, you know, he just thinks differently. And so what we call negative, he sees as really awesome. And he calls everything, he calls those things that are not as though they are, and things that are, he just thinks different than us. And I love it, man, because it's like, he is really awesome.
Cool. See, that mason bee house that you made over here, you don't take that off and put it inside or anything, you just leave it out?
No, and you see these, see all those holes in my wood? Mason bees go in there and have their nest. All you have to do is have holes with wood with holes in them. They'll come and make do. They don't need my help. You see, I'm coming to the place, if I try to help nature, I mess it up.
Yeah, I'm good at that too.
This system is so far ahead of me and so totally connected, I should learn from them, not me telling them what to do. I mean, really. I'm the new guy in the block. They've been doing it a lot longer than I've been around. I mean, really. You know, and I learned so much by paying attention, you know, and not trying to do stuff. And it's just, I mean, it's awesome.
What do you think about using, have you ever used just like fresh starting? I see you got an ongoing deal here, but have you ever used like mushroom compost, putting in a new garden anywhere?
Wow. No, mushroom compost is great. I just don't have access to it.
I know that the way you're doing it here, you don't need it, but
it's great stuff.
I know that I started with bare dirt that didn't have squat in it, and I mixed mushroom compost with it with a rototiller, and shoot, my vegetables looked like, they just looked like they were bionic almost. Yeah. I mean, the vegetables just
Let me tell you something about tilling. This is, you notice the next year though, all that beautiful stuff you tilled was compacted hardpan. When you till things in the soil, it's all burned up and you lose every bit of it.
You don't recommend tilling the soil then?
Let me tell you why. It's so, and when I tell you, you're going to get it. In the soil, the Creator has put thousands of living organisms. Worms are the biggest.
Right.
But there's all kinds of mitochondria, enzymes, bacteria, funguses, all who live there, all have their homes and babies, and when you till, you utterly destroy that whole environment and you make it sterile. When you're done tilling, your soil is sterile. And all the living forms have been killed. And God brought this to my attention. I'm out there one day in my garden, I'm pushing the stick down to make those straight lines with the string, and I'm screaming mad at God. I says, God, what's up to this? I've hauled truckloads of organic chicken manure, all this stuff in my garden, tilled it every year, and I hit 6 inches and it's like hitting concrete. How come my hardpan's not breaking up? And God was totally silent. It was scary, like he wouldn't answer me. I said, you're not going to talk to me? And he didn't say a word. And so the next day, I'm out there in my orchard, and he prompted me to get on my knees like you did and start moving my wood chips. I'm down to my elbow in this gorgeous black compost, and I got up screaming. I said, there's something wrong with this picture. I don't have this in my garden. I've been killing myself to get it. I didn't do anything here. And God says, it works in your garden the same way. You didn't ask. So I threw the tiller away, so I covered the garden with the wood chips. And you know what amazed me is how brain dead I am? Where my orchard ended and the garden started, the grass downgrade from the orchard was several feet higher than the stuff downgrade from the garden. I should have observed like, duh. And as soon as I put that covering over the garden, that grass changed. Here's what God did for me. It was so huge. April, third year into it, I'm out there with my rake, pulling the witches, planting my seeds, running my stick down. As I push the stick in, I get this prompting, give it a push. I gave it a push and it broke loose. I thought, wow, that hardpan's breaking up. And simultaneously, I'm watching this worm, this robin, pulling this worm out. And I hear in my spirit, I sent those worms to break up your hardpan. And you kept killing them with the tiller. Now that you're not killing them, they're breaking your hardpan. I started to cry. I mean, I was crying. I says, God, I didn't know any better. Here I'm thinking I'm doing this good thing, and I'm killing all the living organisms you put here to maintain my soil. I'm telling you, man. And if you notice, this Creator God, who's omnipotent, never, under any circumstance, disturbs soil. He never mixes. All he does is layer. He puts a
lay it on
layer,
top,
a layer, a layer. That's all he does, and everything goes great. And I'm telling you, that's been my experience. If I mix it, it messes up. Just put it down and get out of there, because everything in nature knows what to do. They're totally connected to him, and they do it perfect. And if you mix it and you tell it, you're going to destroy the whole process.
So if you've already done that,
Just repent and cover and get out of there.
okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Repentance is all.
Your chickens look pretty happy.
Well, they eat well. My chickens eat better than most people.
That's
It's all live organic food. I mean, really.
All those grass clippings and vegetable
And they
stuff
get,
like that.
they get the spinach. Like in a few weeks, all that spinach. Those things I can eat.
Spinach, I confessed when I walked by your spinach patch, I stole another leaf and I watered it up, and man, that stuff is delicious.
Yeah, and see, the chickens will eat
Gosh.
that. I mean, that gets too big. I take wheelbarrow loads of the chickens. That's their food.
Know who
They eat better than most people. I mean, really.
So when you say you don't go to the store and buy anything, are you talking you don't buy any food? Or you just don't buy food?
I buy two things at Costco. Because I grew up in LA and I miss dates and avocados. I really love them. And I go to Costco and I buy dates and avocados, but that's it.
It's hard to grow those things around
So
here.
like you don't eat any processed foods, pastas and all that?
Look at my eyes.
Yeah,
You're not
24
full of
years ago, when I was 40 years old, I lived in excruciating pain in my back and my legs. We're talking like all the time. When you're in pain, you're uptight, you're always tired, and you're a drag to be around.
Roger that.
And I'm saying, man, this is miserable. I'm only 40 years old, but I thought it was because I climb trees and I do this heavy work that I'm just putting stress on my body. That was my thinking. My wife got this book. I love this. My wife is very direct. She's a prophet. She's a seer. This book's title was Alkalize or Die.
Yep.
And when I read this guy was making sense. It sounded like he knew what he was talking about. Alkalize or die. He made this statement that arrested my attention. He says, all pain, he did the all thing, all pain and all of these comes from an acid condition. I told my wife, Carol, I can test that. I can test that. So I came home and I purposed to eat nothing except what I grew in season in my garden. And I'm telling you, I have been pain-free for 24 years.
Man.
Totally pain-free. I can't remember the last time I've ever been sick. No cold, no flu. I never get a headache. And I feel way more energy than I did 40 years ago because of this live food.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, I'm speaking from experience, I'm not trying to sell you anything.
No.
I know this works. And my Creator God, who designed this on the third day, made it for this body. Everything I need is in this stuff, in season, in perfect balance. And it gives you an abundant life. And all this stuff is satisfying. What amazes me is how little I eat now. How little I eat. When these strawberries come on, I'll have several handfuls and I go the entire day with no food and feel totally full of energy. And my brain's freaking out. Where's your calcium? Where's your protein? All you had was that fruit. And I'm realizing this stuff is so full of life and minerals, it satisfies all my need. Can I tell you one of the biggest lies you ever got in school was the 4 basic food groups? The very first book in the Bible, the first chapter says this, and it prefaces it by this, and God said. He said the whole thing. It's all given by inspiration of God. When he prefaces God, this is important. And it says in verse 29, and God said, vegetables and fruits and their seeds is what I've given for you for food. God says there's 2 food groups. Are you tracking with me? And they lied to us and told us 4. I told you about kale having more protein than that stupid meat. And they tell you can only get meat, only get protein from meat. And the lie about calcium from dairy products. I use the example of a horse. Have any of you looked at the horse's body?
Yeah, it's massive.
He's a massive, powerful beast. Same anatomy as you have. Same bone structure, huge muscles, huge bones, can way outrun and way outwork you, and he maintains that whole structure on nothing but grass and water, vegetables and water. You know what was so cool about God? Is that he knew we'd be lied to in school. So he wrote the first chapter of Daniel, intentionally for us. You ever read that chapter? Yeah. It's significant. Here you got these 4 teenagers, because Daniel's the prime minister 70 years later. They're teenagers. They're coming in as prisoners of war from Israel to Babylon. But these 4 young men were paying attention to the owner's manual. And the people around them were observing, man, these guys are sharp. They're really totally with it. Let's bring them to the government and use them because they've really got good heads. So when they get there, I love Daniel's statement. He says, I will not defile myself with this corrupted, processed food. So he goes to the guy feed and says, listen, buddy, this stuff's not good for us. Would you give us vegetables and water? So this guy who'd been in school says, "On Daniel, if you don't get the basic food groups, it won't look good. It'll take my head off." Daniel says, "Listen, let's just get real. Give us a 10-day test. 10 days. We're not going to die in 10 days. And then you examine us and connect the dots." I love the result of the test. You ever read it? It says they were brighter, they were smarter, and the King James says they were fatter. It didn't mean they were obese. They had more muscle mass. They were more buff on grass, on vegetables, and water than these jerks eating all this processed food. And they gave them that the rest of the time there. I'm just telling you, that was not put there accidentally. God put that there for us, who were educated with these lies about the 4 basic food groups. Wake up. We've got to get it. Everything we need is in that book. This is an owner's manual, and there's nothing you'll encounter there's not an answer there for. It's all there. Let me give you a simple example. You know the importance of fermented foods in your diet? Fermented foods are huge for your bacterial flora in your stomach. You know the Bible addresses that? Let me tell you where. Paul is writing to Timothy, his son in the faith. He says, "Timothy, drink a little wine for your stomach's sake and your often infirmities." Timothy, you're sick all the time because you have poor digestion and you're not getting the nutrition from your food. If you drink a little wine, which will bring the bacteria flora, the fermented bacteria flora, you're going to get nutrition in your food and you'll get well. I'm telling you, it's all there. Everything we need is in that owner's manual. Everything.
Potatoes he stores.
You gotta get it.
The apples he stores.
Sauerkraut, all that stuff is major good for you. You know, it's really powerful stuff. You know, and we need to you know, and you know, yogurt, kefir, all those bacteria. I mean, there's milk, and see, everything you're eating today. I just saw this article in Heirloom Garden. It was so sad. Now they're finding Roundup, the chemical Roundup is in mother's milk. It's in mother's milk. This funky thing is in everybody's food. It's now everywhere. Now it's coming out in mother's milk. Poor babies, born in total innocence, are being corrupted with Roundup. I'm telling you, man, we are in a sick state, and we've got to come back to God as we're growing our food and get out of this food system because it's totally corrupting everything. It's scary.
So do you still do the kefir and the yogurt and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we love it. We make our own, you know, and it's all good.
My parents used to make their own yogurt. I've never done that, but my
it's very simple, you know, and all that stuff is really good for us. Now, I don't eat dairy products other than that because nothing in nature does after infancy. Dairy products are not good for us. We don't have the lactose.
What's that?
Dairy products were never designed for human use, any use after infancy. Nothing
dairy products?
Nothing in nature drinks milk after infancy.
Right.
Except the pig.
I got it.
That's right.
Pig will eat anything. They're saying, you know, God said don't eat them because they're not good for you. What?
I would say I heard one of the problems too is because we pasteurize dairy, it kills the natural bacteria.
Even the raw milk. You see the lactose in it. Your body does not have the ingredients to digest lactose. It's made for a cow. It was not designed for it. And so you never digest it. If you notice when you drink milk or dairy products, you always get mucus.
Just a little bit.
My neighbor across the street is a Seventh-day Adventist medical doctor. And I love him. He'll tell you up front, allopathic medicine was never designed to bring healing. Its only purpose is to manage disease because that is how you make money.
Right.
If you got people well, you could make no money. Allopathic medicine manages disease. So women come to him with their babies that are sick, have asthma, and he says, get them off of wheat and dairy right now. So they're leaving his office and he says, well, you're not going to give us a prescription? I just gave you one. And they're saying, that's a prescription? Just do it. They come back and say, I can't believe it. My kid doesn't have asthma anymore. They get totally well. Wheat and dairy. Wheat and dairy. See, wheat today is no longer wheat. It's genetically modified. Remember our anthem? You don't have it. Our anthem says this. Amber waves of grain.
Yeah.
Wheat in the original day was 4 and 5 feet tall. Today it's a
genetically modified.
It's modified to it's a foot tall for easy harvesting, and it's not wheat. If you go to Europe and eat bread, it tastes good.
Yeah.
It's not what we have here.
It's not what we have here. We have
so the
genetically
wheat we're
modified
eating today is full of gluten. Gluten didn't happen when I was a kid. When you were a kid. This is all new. Serious
in the last
consequences
6 months or so we've been
of genetically
trying to go
modifying
gluten-free.
and corrupting God's natural order.
Yeah, that's
it's
unhealthy.
Huge. So we got to wake up and get it. When people change something, it's only negative ingredient. Do not eat anything that science has destroyed.
Changed.
It's changed because you totally have corrupted and completely destroyed what God made.
That's right. Yeah, it has
so if you want good
genetically
wheat, go to Europe and
modified.
get it. I'm telling you, that's real wheat there. It's the original stuff. The stuff here is not wheat. Same with corn. I'm telling you, man, it's so sad. Corn's no longer corn. It's genetically modified. Soybeans, it's all corrupted, you know?
I don't touch anything with soy in it whatsoever. That stuff was poison to men.
It was.
Absolutely poison.
It takes your hair out. I'm telling you, it's a natural estrogen.
It's a natural estrogen. If you like growing boobs and stuff like that, then soy is just fine.
It was never designed for human consumption.
No.
And here's the word. My people perish. Listen to me. The scripture says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. We've got to get it.
You mentioned fermentation. I had read, basically, and there was an herbalist who mentioned fermented soy is the only soy women should be doing.
Yeah.
And men should never eat
The tofu.
Yeah.
But
Maybe you should or should not.
women can have fermented
tofu,
soy.
but nothing else. But man should never eat it. It's a natural estrogen. It's fake.
Yeah, I stay away from that stuff, that's for
It's
sure.
toxic, man. It's just not safe to eat. And I'm just telling you that, you know, from my experience, you know, and you know what God showed us, I think I showed this earlier, is that I've had people call me, you know, because it's like walking with me, have all these solutions. This one guy calls me from Florida, says, oh, if you ate all fruit, all grapes, you'd get well. I says, come on, man, I eat awesome food, you know, I have plenty of fruit, you know. And so I talked to God about it. You know what he told me was so cool? He says, everywhere on the planet, wherever you live, all the food you need is where you are.
That's right there.
And he gave me the example of the Inuit Indians. I showed some of it earlier, but I'll just people coming later. The Inuit Indians in northern Alaska have never seen or tasted any piece of fruit for their entire lives.
Yeah, or vegetables for that
Or
matter.
vegetables, because the ground is covered year-round with snow and ice.
They pretty much eat
eat
like
vegetables
fish, don't
from the sea, nori and kelp, and they eat whale, which is mostly fat, and they live incredibly long, healthy lives.
They eat it all raw,
right.
too, and
All
have
raw.
vitamin C in it.
Yeah. So my point is, what God's trying to say is, wherever you live, I've made provision. You don't have to import things. That's unnatural. It's never been done before till the Industrial Revolution where you could, and it's completely unnecessary. So and here's the word, in everything give thanks. In everything give thanks. So when you eat your food, give thanks for it. Thank you, God, for providing this food in season. It's the best. Thank you. And you're good. And don't worry about the rest, and forget the stupid stuff. I'm telling you, the stuff in the store is becoming more and more poisonous every day. Dr. McCall in 2012 said 12 things you should no longer eat. The first on the list were apples. The first on the list were apples. Because they're so corrupted by chemical sprays and fertilizers, they're poisonous. So I had this little boy come here a couple years on a tour. He's 9 years old. He comes to my place, I'm doing this tour, and I'm telling people to eat this food because it's good. And he says, I can't eat apples. I'm allergic to apples. And the Holy Spirit came, I looked at him and says, let me tell you something, young man. You were created in the image of God, fearfully and wonderfully made. You are not allergic to apples. God created apples to give you body, major sustenance in life. What you're reacting to is the poison that's in the apples, and your body's trying to protect you from those toxins. While you're here today, you can eat all the apples you want to have any reaction. You don't understand, right? That's why my throat swells up, I get all... I understand. They're toxic. These aren't. So he's watching these people eating these apples, my Iconi apples. Oh man, can you believe the flavor of this? And smell this? And look at the water coming out. And they're going on. So he's hearing all this, and he's thinking, can I try it? So he takes one. And I'm watching. He gets 3/4 of the way through, and he starts yelling at the top of his lungs, I'm not reacting. I'm allergic to apples. I'm not reacting. And says, yay, God. And see, God always does these things for me to get my attention in 2s or 3s. So the next week, this woman comes from their kids and her husband from upstate New York on a tour, and she says, I'm allergic to apples. I told the little boy. She ate 3, one right after another, totally clear. I love it. God made nothing bad. He didn't make anything bad. It's us, man, separated from God under the influence of the enemy that corrupts the natural world.
So if it grows in your area,
You're good.
so you can put something like, for instance, your grapes. You said they weren't here, but you brought them.
Yeah, you see my grapes here don't produce much because you see this back there, I got all that wood, and it's creating a heat sink and knocks out the wind, and I get loads of grapes. But it's only a short time a year. But it's okay. I'm really thankful for that, and the birds get some too, you know. But my sense is that as I'm experiencing how I'm feeling, I feel really good. I never get sick. I eat only what I'm growing in season. I'm thinking like, this works.
Do you can?
No, canning, you lose 95% of the food value. 95% of the food value is lost with canning because you bring it to high temperature and kill all the enzymes, and anything of nutritional value is in the water you pour off. If you're going to store food, the finest way to store food is to dry it. When you dry food, you maintain 95% of the food value in dried food. Drying is a superior way to store
And what, you just rehydrate it when you want
to
to
just add water in your back again. It's good.
Yeah.
See, my kids love, we dry apples. I have tons of apples, but they love apple chips, you know, so I just, and, you know, it's good, but, you know, I don't need to, but they just like it, you know. But for myself, I just have come to the place where I just enjoy eating things fresh. That 10-minute factor really gets my attention. I like to get everything I can on my food, so I just make a point of eating everything fresh in season. I just enjoy it. And my apples are, I have a walk-in cooler in the back, and my apples are so awesome, I eat them all year. Because I have them, and I have a cooler, and my Honeycrisp store the whole year, so I just enjoy it. I'll head off to work, and I'll have 3 apples in my truck, and I'm good all day. I had an experience that really got my attention about the hydration thing. This guy comes to work with me, and he's helping me get the brush, because I can't carry things real well. So he comes to work with 3 bottles of water, plastic bottles from Costco, that plastic water, you know. And so he drinks them all day because he's thirsty. He gets in my truck, run away to the dump, and I give him one of my apples. He says this without me asking. I wasn't probing for this. He finishes his apple. He says, "You know what? I feel more hydrated after eating this apple than drinking those 3 bottles of water." I love it. That came from his mouth. I mean, I didn't ask him. This just came from him. I feel more hydrated from this simple apple than 3 bottles of water. It shows you the power and life that's in fruits and vegetables, water. You see, God made it that way. God never designed us to be packing plastic water bottles around.
Well, it's got a lot of minerals. The apple has minerals.
It has all kinds of things.
All kinds of minerals and electrolytes and, you know, all
and you
kinds
see,
of
it
stuff.
satisfies. It gives you that sense of, like, I'm good.
Absolutely.
Where you're drinking this dead water, and all that water that they're talking about is just processed seawater. It's totally garbage, you know.
Yeah.
And it's in plastic, which is toxic anyway, so you're really just killing yourself. And you're paying for it. I'm telling you that we're not thinking.
I don't buy bottled water.
I don't buy any water. I have all my water here, and if I don't have it, it's in an apple or choose some greens. You know,
right?
You don't. I mean, it's just so brain dead how we live. But this is intentional. You know, John Dewey was effective, and they've created us to be controllable. But I'm not going there.
Good for you.
I love God, and He came to set us free. It was for liberty. Listen to this. This is Galatians. It was for liberty Christ came to set us free. And you can identify everything on the planet on that basis. If it's costing you something, it's not of God. It's not of God it's costing you. Because everything about Him is free and sets free. That's His nature. I'm telling you, man, it's huge. And everything about man causes you to be addicted and enslaved. You've got to go back for more. But God just gives, and you're abundantly satisfied. It's awesome. He's just a good God.
Here I am, coming from 2,500 miles away, not knowing about anything. I'm just coming, and this is the day where we have the first tour
for this year.
The first tour. I mean, I guess he wanted me to hear this. Yeah. Wow.
What do you mean you guess? Can I tell you something? This is gonna blow all you away because none of you will be able to answer this, and you're gonna see how the enemy has really blinded your eyes. Everyone knows 2 Corinthians 5:17. Therefore, if any man or woman be in Christ, they are a new creation. Old things have passed away; behold, all things have become new. What is the next statement?
Behold, now all things are from God.
You're the first one that's ever done it. And now all things are of God,
brings us
who
to
hath reconciled us himself to
reconciliation
Jesus
through Christ.
and given to us the ministry of. See, no one knows that. And that statement is so huge. That so changes how you view life. Nothing can come into your life. Your being here today was not a coincidence. All things are, this was of God. All things are of God. You've got to get it. And even when negative things happen to you, God's working all things together for good. He's up to something good. That's why they give thanks. Because to the believer, all things are of God. That's awesome, man. You're the first person. I'm telling you, I've done this for years. You're the first person who has ever been able to answer that question. Awesome. You're paying attention, buddy. Praise God.
No, your scripts are pretty good.
It's awesome.
So have you found that with your, like, you talk to God all the time, have you found that came more fluently after what you were eating, or did it come
I'll tell you how
before?
this came. It was just such a God thing. My wife is a seer. She hears from God all the time. God tells her on the way to birth what complications she's going to deal with and how to deal with them. She's just as amazing. So to her, it's just normal. I'm saying, Terrell, I never hear from God. I've never heard God. I'm looking for still so I don't hear anything. And I'm going my whole life for decades, never hearing God. I memorize this. I'm doing all I can to connect, and I've never heard. She got this teaching by Mark Verkler, who's over there at the. He was teaching at the Vineyard Airport there in Toronto, where God did that awesome thing, and he made this statement that utterly changed my life. He says, God's voice comes as a spontaneous thought. And all of a sudden, the whole door was opened up till I could hear that.
I get that.
A spontaneous thought. And how I always confirm it's God, that's what I so love about memorizing Scripture. You see, David says, he asks the question, wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way? And he answers it by taking heed to your word. And he gives his testimony. Your word I've hid in my heart that I might not sin against you. The Holy Spirit is a helper. And if we have memorized Scripture at any point we need it, He'll bring it to our minds like that. And so when I get a spontaneous thought and I question whether it's God, is that you, God? And the Holy Spirit immediately brings a Scripture that confirms the thought, and then I know I've heard. And now it's become so commonplace because it's become so normal that I hear all day long. And here's the word that validates that. You see it 3 times in the Bible. First in Psalms and twice in Hebrews. Today, if you hear His voice, harden not your heart. God is speaking to every one of us every day, all day long. It's just that we have preconceived ideas, we have an agenda. And you ever notice how the church took that verse out of, in Revelation out of context and used it for evangelism? Behold, I stand at the door and knock. That's Jesus writing to the church. He's writing to His church. It's His church. And He's on the outside wanting to come in. Excuse me? This is pathetic. And if you go to church today, Jesus isn't there. They have an agenda. They have a program. He's not invited. They're doing their own thing. I'm telling you, your experience today, this was church. He was here. If you all paid attention, you've experienced this incredible peace the whole time you've been here. That's His presence. He's been here because He's welcome. He's invited. I listen to Him. And I'm telling you, man, we got to get it. He really wants relationship, but He's not going to press His way in. We have to be open to it. But His voice comes as a spontaneous thought. I'm telling you, that changed my life. It's powerful.
But since this is church, you take offerings?
I'm glad to receive a gift. I sure don't put that on you.
Honestly, it'd be my pleasure to sow into good soil.
Well, thank you so much. Bless you.
Sure. Yeah, kind of interesting.
Thank you. Thank you. Bless you guys. It's really not my intent.
No, this was great. What you shared with us today.
Well, this is what I think. You know, this whole thing that's happened with this film.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm out in my garden. Well, people for years, as I've been sharing this, have been begging me to write a book. This is Paul, man. This is huge. You gotta get this out there. And I tell them, I'm not a woman. These women are amazing, man. They could be talking on the phone, taking care of their kids, washing the dishes because they're multitaskers. That's how they're wired. I'm not. If I'm focused on the book, I can't take care of my garden. Because I've got to be focused on the book. I can't do 2 things at once. And so I says, God, how do I do this? I got to take care of my garden. How do I do a book? And so about my words one day says, God, I need your help. Because it would be a shame if I died with this revelation in me that never got out. Can you help me? So we used to go to the Calvary Chapel here years ago in Port Townsend. The pastor died and the church kind of disassembled. My wife heard about some of the guys who were in that church early on, had get together in this fellowship group, you know, kind of a whole meeting. I said, Paul, you ought to go. So I went. This guy shows up from Gig Harbor down here. It's about 30 miles down the road, well, a little more. But he comes and he brings this guy from Louisiana, a friend of his. I never met this guy before, so I'm just naturally sharing, because I'd like to. It's just what God showed me in the garden, you know. And so this guy from Louisiana, after the meeting, comes up to me and says, you know, I was pretty interested in what you're saying. Can I come to your garden, check it out? So, yeah, come over. So he comes and I do this. He goes home to his family and friends in Louisiana who are mostly farmers, and he tell him about his experience. This is Michael. You've got to document this. This has got to get out there for the world. So he found these 2 girls never done a film before. He hired them to do it. This thing happened. It's not good. I make grammatical errors, but this film has been seen by over 20 million people in 200 countries. I just got a call from an inventor in Australia who has access to television of 500 million viewers in China who wants to put it there. All kinds of people who have on their own translated it in German, Swahili, Spanish. Someone's called me from Poland, whose husband's Japanese. They're all doing this for free, and this thing is totally blanketing the world. And what I'm hearing in my spirit has got nothing to do with me. The Bible says when the enemy comes in like a flood, and he has, the Lord raises up a standard against him. This is a standard against hell. As everything that can be shaken is being shaken, God is raising a standard and giving to the world the opportunity to be totally set free and not under all that's coming down. I'm telling you, I just feel so blessed to be in a position that God could use me. He doesn't need me, but I just was available. And I get phone calls every day from all over the world. I mean, non-stop. This film came out in 2011. It's gaining momentum. It's just like totally getting more. And usually things they do their thing and they're over. This is just, and it's no other explanation but God's favor and His anointing. Nothing else would do that. You could never advertise. You could never do that. It's God. And I feel like, what a privilege. Thank you, God. You know, we're so blessed. My wife, and my wife is a midwife, and she's in Israel right now teaching. She travels all over the world teaching traditional midwifery. And you know what God showed us? This is so cool. Is that she and I are showing the world that Jesus came to set us free from the curse. The curse on men, by the sweat of their brow they raise food with tilling and all this weeding. And the curse on women will be by pain and suffering they bear children. And God showed my wife that God created childbirth to empower and make women incredibly powerful beings. And when they connected the Spirit to it, it's the most empowering experience they could ever have. And she's sharing it all over the world, and women are just totally being set free. It's awesome. And none of us went to school. She was trained by a midwife. None of us had any formal education. We're all very simple people. But God uses the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. I just love Him. He just thinks differently than we do. And you got to be simple and just not with it, and God will use you, because it's obvious it's not you. You can't get any credit. I can't say this is me. So I can trust that guy. He's not going to run away with it, So it's so fun.
So she travels all over the world.
All over the world.
Do classes in certain places?
And this to tell you how powerful God has the anointing on her. The government in China, asked her to come to teach their medical doctors how to deliver babies. Anybody who knows the system realizes this is insanity. Medical doctors look at midwives like they're jerks, they're untrained, they're not qualified. The government is asking her to, as an untrained midwife, it's totally, never went to school, to teach their doctors how to do it. So she goes there with her PowerPoint. She's showing these doctors this amazing birth she does, and these doctors are saying, "Carol, can you show us how to do that? Demonstrate it?" Well, I guess if someone's in labor, I can do it. So they took her to the hospital, and my wife is a prophet. She's a seer. She's very direct. And he's got these poor women tied down with these stupid stirrups. And he says, "Get her off of that. That's no place to have a baby. Let her stand up and squat." And these women are having these awesome births right there in the hospital. They're hugging her because they can't speak English. So this one woman's, the baby comes out and the cord's around the neck. The doctors are flipping out, trying to get the OR ready, and Carol says, "Stop that. You're scaring the mom." She's in their hospital telling them what to do. That's who she is. And she says, "Now stand back and watch what I do." She very naturally takes the cord over the head, over the shoulder, and puts the baby on the mom's stomach. And they sit there, "Carol, we never knew you could do that." Just telling you, the whole allopathic medicine is so backwards. Men should never be delivering babies. They have no clue. They can never do it. It's something women should be doing. Women understand it. I'm telling you, the whole system is asinine. It's totally backwards. And it's just so amazing that she's going into Russia and all these countries that women just suffer severely, and showing them how to be set free. It's just dramatic, the responses she gets. It's so huge. It's just so awesome. And she's coming back. She's an uneducated woman, no schooling. She's coming back from Israel. She's going to a medical conference in a university in Wisconsin, and they sent her a check for $5,000 to speak the last 45 minutes and tie the whole thing together. I love God. He just does things different than we do. He's just awesome. And it's so cool just to stand back and watch Him do it, because it's His yoga. We don't sweat it. It's so cool. As a young person, I'm a teacher. That's my spiritual gift. And so when I was doing churches, I'd always prepare messages. That's what they told you to do, And I'd be stressed. I'd wake up at night and getting all my notes together, And then my wife was doing, these Mexican men were coming here from Mexico doing restaurants, and they were, wetbacks, didn't have a green card. And they were coming first to get a staff so they'd bring their wives. As they came and their wives were pregnant, they couldn't go to doctors because they didn't have a green card. So my wife was doing their births. So they're all in this one house, there's 11 of them in this house, and this baby's coming, and it came really quick. We're talking like major quick. And there was this huge hemorrhage, just like someone turned on a hose bib. And the woman was assisting her, just, and Carol said, nudging her, says, that's understandable, don't do that. So she's in the name of Jesus, stopped. She had a manual compression, and she just prayed to this woman, and that hemorrhage totally stopped. Older brother watches this, and he comes to her and asks, Carol, do you know anybody who would come to our house and teach us the Bible? Our family grew up in Mexico as Catholics, and these Mormons, not Mormons, these Jehovah's Witnesses are coming to our house. My wife is totally embracing it, and I don't want that. Could you bring someone to our house who could teach us the Bible, no other books? So my wife is saying, I don't know, make a sense. So she gets out in front of the house, and she raises her hands in the name of Jesus. I claim this family for you. I come against that lying spirit of Jehovah's Witness, and I claim this family. She goes home, calls people, never found anybody. Several weeks later, she's doing a birth class, and this couple comes up from Joyce, Washington, west here. They're not pregnant, but they're just coming to the class. I hear him talking, and he's from Mexico, she's from Colombia, and they want to be missionaries. So I just connect the dots. Mexico, Colombia, they must speak Spanish. So I said, you guys, oh yeah, we interpret it. Oh really? Would you be interested in a ministry opportunity? There's a group of people who want someone to teach the Bible in Spanish. Oh yeah, I can do that. So I called the people, we got all together, went to the house, and I went with them because I wanted us to be there to make sure everything was okay. And right away this woman, this Jehovah's Witness, starts questioning this guy in Spanish. I don't understand what he's saying, but I could sense in my spirit where it was going. And so I asked the woman, she's saying, oh, she's asking what version does this talk about. I says, listen, if I spoke in English, could your husband translate? He says, yeah, he does that. So I says, listen, we all came together because Roberto asked that we would come together and study the Bible to know God. This Bible says the natural mind cannot. You see, so I'm confronting the Jehovah's Witnesses because they all roll from here. I says the natural mind cannot receive the things of God, neither the natural mind know it because it's spiritually learned. Do you want to understand how to receive His Spirit so you understand this book? And all says, yeah. So I go to John chapter 3, and I'll tell you the most amazing experience in my life was to begin to teach with an interpreter. When you use an interpreter, you make a statement, and he says it in his language, and you get this break to hear what's next. And you get this constant download from heaven. It took me like 50 minutes to get to verse 16. When I got there, it says, do you understand what Jesus is saying? Are you getting it? You want to receive His Spirit? And what was so amazing, I didn't know, there was one of the brothers God had called. He was a believer in Mexico in a charismatic church, didn't want to leave, and God says, I want you to go swim for your brother's sake. And he obeyed. And he led his entire family to the Lord that day. And I taught that Bible study for 10 years. It grew to 50 people. And the God told me up front, don't you ever go prepared, ever. You just show up, and I'll lead you. And so for 10 years, I did these major Bible studies, never with any preparation. And so what's so cool now is my wife spends hours preparing for these classes she does. It's really stressful. I mean, I just show up at a place, I can talk for 3 days. Because I've learned that I don't have to be prepared. And if I ever get to a place where I don't know, I just ask for questions, and all of a sudden stuff shows up. And it's so free. I'm telling you, I'm so free. I got to go to I don't go anywhere, but my wife was in Lithuania last year, and they found out who I was. They says, Carol, when you come back next year, you have to bring your husband. If you don't bring him, don't come. And what was so hilarious is saying, we're going to have you teach one day, he's going to teach for 3. And so next March I go with my wife to Lithuania to teach about gardening. But I'm not going to prepare. I just know when I get there, God's going to do it all. And it's just so, it's free. You just like, man, and again, I keep hearing that word, His yoke is easy, His burden is light. It's at all levels. God has made it so easy for us and so convenient. And it's just depending, listening, paying attention, and just following the cues. It's awesome.
And when's a good time to come back? As far as
I do this every Sunday. Now in August is when I have most of the stuff in the garden. I mean, it's just loaded. Because everything's full size, cucumbers, the fruit, everything is just, it's over the top. August, September is probably the most ideal time to come because everything's maxed.
Okay. When do you stop? What time of the year?
I do it at the end of October.
So I have to ask you more because I'm training to be a midwife, so I want to know more about your wife.
Look up my wife. Her name is Carol Gauchi. She has a Facebook.
Okay.
And you'll really be blessed by what she has to share. She's very open and she teaches women all the time. This is her calling. She really loves to teach women. So, and midwifery is just, I mean, it's such a beautiful thing when you understand how the incredible stuff she's getting on all the chemical, things, and how touching. And the whole thing is so beautifully designed, and how medicine has so ripped it off. I had the most interesting experience. She does these classes in our house all the time, and I sit through, there, but I hear these videos. And one night, I'm sitting there, and God says, I want you to listen to that video. I says, listen to the video? Because I heard it before. I said, no, just listen to it. Because he's talking to me about this whole thing of the 2 trees in the garden. Did you hear what I said about 2 trees? The tree of life, tree of knowledge of good and evil. And he says, I want you to listen to this, because this will really validate what I'm saying. So this is done in these women in New Zealand, and they're all sharing how, as they're going through the birth process, as they get into labor, it's too intense to handle from the natural mind, and they yield to their body in the spirit, and they have these amazing births because they were trained by the midwife. You can't control this. Your body knows what to do. You just have to step back and let it work. And see what's happening in medical is, because you don't know what's happening as you get into transition. It's so intense. You tighten up and you fight it. Where that's the point, you have to give in and let it give your control. And as long as you're in control, you never have that baby. And so they're all sharing this, and God's just showing me, says, are you getting it? They're shifting from the natural mind and they're going to the spirit, and they're having these amazing births. I thought, wow. So after the meeting, this man walks up to me, one of the husbands of I didn't know him, never talked to him before. He walks up to me and just starts coming out with, man, I don't know what's up to this, but when I was a kid, I had such a free, incredible life. And once I started going to school, it got really difficult, and it's never been good since. I don't understand why he walks off and leaves. But God, what was that all about? And he told me this. He says, I want you to get what he was saying. Have you ever noticed the first word children use after no, when you start training them and bringing under the control of your natural mind? What's the first word they use? Why? Why? They're resisting that pushing them to, because they operate in the spirit. They're very free, they're very open, and they're operating in the spirit. When you start controlling them and making them do things by the rules of natural mind, they're resisting. They don't want to go there. And that's why Jesus says, except you become like a little child who naturally walks in the spirit, you'll never enter the kingdom of heaven. And I'm telling you, man, it woke me up like, wow, this is huge. This is huge. This is my biggest handicap. This is my biggest threat of walking. I'm telling you, we've got to get it. And this is where Satan got them. They shifted from the natural mind, from the spirit, and became total captives. And we've got to learn to walk in the spirit. And it's just, I love the spirit because it's so freeing. It's just, and it's not hard, and it doesn't make sense, but who cares? It works. And it's just, and we were created to be led by the Spirit. That's why He's given us the Holy Spirit. And see, Jesus demonstrated when Jesus came. I love, Jesus was called the second Adam for a reason. Jesus came to show the universe what God created man to look like. This is really my intent for the human race. And what did Jesus do? He says, I don't do anything I didn't hear or see my Father do and say. Everything He got from the Holy Spirit is what He got from the Father. And He just transitioned the Father to the world. He just gave away God. He demonstrated how the Father was by the Spirit. And I love that word in 1 John. It says, as Jesus is, I love the word He used, not as He was, it didn't change. As Jesus is, so are we to be in this world. Yeah. We're to just be giving God, channeling God, really. I hate the New Age just took the word, but that's what we're supposed to do, just channel God. This is how God looks like. This is what He do. The thing about food, I think, is such an important thing, is that, John writes at the end of his book that there was many things Jesus said and did that aren't written in this book. Many things. And he says this amazing statement, if everything was written that He said or did, there wouldn't be enough books in the world to contain it. So I think that multiplication of food happened every week. We only have 2 accounts of it. But my sense is, if there was hunger, there was a need, Jesus met it. It was just the natural response of the Father. I think He did it all the time. It was an everyday occurrence. You need something, just, here it is. Because that's the Father. And we're to be in that, we're to be active like that. We're to be those kind of people that are just giving away God. Just blessing people, because that's what we're here for. So thank you for the opportunity to give away.
We got more.
If you want to hold on to something, you have to give it away.
It's true. I love God's economy. Ever notice God thinks of us? He said, if you want to be first, be last. What a concept. If you want to be great, become a servant. If you want to give. I love that. You know, it's just stuff in water. There's something about the soil.
Not hydroponics, aquaponics.
With the fish.
Yeah.
All that's, to me, it's like intensive work. It's not sustainable. You got to manage it. You know, I can be gone the whole summer. Everything is good. I like that. And so this is something that really gets my attention, is that this doesn't need me. And it needs me. I'm not attracted to it. Because I'm sure it all works, but it's a lot of work.
It is.
It's a lot of work.
I'm getting stuck with our climate and the winds, and you know, if we don't put it under plastic, it's gone.
But everything you need where you live, that's what God made. And so be satisfied with what you can have. Little greens, that kind of thing. Potatoes, we'll feed you all winter. And just check in with God. God, what can we grow here in this climate? Talk to us. Because I know you've made it available, because everything else living here is doing fine. And you care for us, we're your kids. So just give us insight, give us wisdom.
That's the scary part, that everything else is living here. There's nothing there.
There is stuff there.
Yeah, but
occasional antelope.
But you know, the desert was not God's design. That was a corruption. You can bring that back.
Yeah.
And again, ask
What
him.
a challenge, though.
But just ask him. He's not challenged. It's not so hard for him. And we just have to, the word's so plain. He says, you have not because you ask not. We've got to get in the habit of asking God. I love the word. It says, do all things by prayer. What does all leave out? In all your ways, acknowledge Him. I love those alls. That includes your desert, includes all those questions you have. Just ask. And if He has you there, He's going to provide, because He's a good Father. He's not going to put you in a place He'll take care of you. And so, God, this is bigger than me. That's okay. I got you. This is not too big for you. So just direct us, lead us.
Awesome.
I'm telling you, man, he's good. He's just really good. And the thing, He's unlimited. He has absolutely no limitations. And nothing challenges Him. Nothing. Deserts don't challenge God. They really don't. Not a challenge for Him. And so, see, the problem you're having is you're looking from the natural mind of what's there instead of from the Spirit, who He is. And your whole perspective changes when you start looking at Him. God's not challenged with the desert. He's God. He calls those things are not as though they are. This is no big deal for Him. When you look at the desert and there's nothing growing here, nothing lives here, then you get in this negative place. And it's all.
Well, that's the thing. It's like we don't question that we've been led there. It's like, okay.
Okay, then if you know you're led there, then you need to be in faith, believing that God's going to make provision. Period.
Yeah.
In spite of what you see, in spite of what you're told, we have been led here. God's our Father, and He's going to take care of us. Period. And we're just going to listen and take cues and directions. And we're good. We're totally good because He's my dad. And He's not limited. He knows what He's doing. Perspective is huge. And I'll tell you something that's really helped me. I mean, major helped me. I love that word. You see it. There's three. You see it in 2 Corinthians 5:17 and 18. 3 things you're supposed to do all the time. It says, rejoice always, pray without ceasing, and this last one's huge. In everything, give thanks. And here's why. For this is the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you. Giving thanks is not for God's benefit, it's for ours. And here's what I found in my experience. You see, when a negative thing happens to me, this desert, this bad thing, and I focus on it, the enemy quickly brings in these thoughts to take me down. And this is going to happen. And that's going to happen. And I get under my circumstance, and I get totally bound by fear and doubt. When I give thanks for this negative thing, for this desert, all of a sudden I focus on this God who's magnificent, who's all-powerful, who calls those things are not as though they are, who works all things together for good, including this desert. He's working this desert for good for me. As I focus on that, my whole perspective changes, and I begin to open up to God's provision, to see what He's doing. When I'm in that negative place, I totally shut myself off from what God's doing, and I cut myself off from His provision. You know what God showed me that blew me away today? It's my garden. I've been reading that scripture where it says in Revelation, when we get to heaven, he's going to wipe away all tears from our eyes. And I'm out there just talking to God. I says, God, why would anybody be crying in heaven? I don't get it. Heaven is perfect. We're totally glorified bodies. We're walking in the streets of gold. There's nothing but mansions. You're there, the light. It's the most amazing landscape. Everything is perfect. What would anybody be crying about?
Two things I could think of.
What?
The family or friends that could not be there.
I don't think we have that memory because he says he's going to wipe away all tears. I don't think it's,
that's before the wiping of the memory.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay.
And the second thing, the things that we realized that we could have received and we didn't.
That's what I got. Yeah. What he showed me was, and he gave me the word, he says the books will be open. I'm going to show you your potential, what I made you for, and all the places in life I had made provision and deliverance, and because you weren't in faith and you doubted, I couldn't do it. And you're going to start crying.
Yeah. Regret.
Because his word says he's there for all of it. And James says very clearly that if you doubt and don't believe, you won't get anything. Nothing.
We're in the process of putting together an orchard. What do we need to do to prepare it before? I mean, we've talked to all kinds of people where you need to do this, you need to do that.
I'll tell you what to do, and it's simple. Is there grass there now?
No.
Okay, it's just dirt?
Just dirt.
Dig a hole big enough for the tree, put it in it, but don't buy them now. Never buy a potted tree. Never. Here's why. When you put a tree in a pot, the sides are circular. The roots hit that side and they grow in a circular manner. Are you following me? They're trained, they're bent in that. Yeah. When you put that in the ground, they stay in that form, and as they go around each other, they girdle themselves and choke themselves off. Always buy trees in February that are bare root, that are out of the ground and the roots are exposed and they're not girdled. So in February you buy your trees, plant them in the soil, and what you do is you dig a hole in the dirt, I don't care what it is, just the dirt, plant that tree at ground level and put witches over it and you're done. They did an experiment in Washington State University which was powerful, really amazing. They had ground like mine, this heavy clay, and they bought 3 apple trees, exactly the same variety, the same size. And they did these 3 tests. The first one, they did this, they always tell you to dig a big hole. They took out all the heavy clay, brought in beautiful standing topsoil, and planted the tree in. The second one, they took out the soil and mixed it with peat moss and all this organic material, and put that back in the hole and planted the tree. The third one, they did what I told you to do, just planted it in the soil and put covering compost over it. Those trees were there for 3 years. The 2 in the prepared soils never grew. 1 in the soil, in the dirt, covering, totally thrived. They dug them up. You know what they found? All the ones, those first 2, had root rot because they created a clay pot. When that water went through that fine stuff, it hit where they stopped digging and stayed there, and that plant stood in a bucket of water, and the roots rotted. I'm just telling you, man. And here they work so hard to do all this stuff to fail. And my sense is, let's be real. Tree, this is where you live. This is our soil. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to put you in it, but I'm going to do everything I can to cover you and give you good sustenance so this can change and bless you. And they do, and they're great. So keep it simple. Just plant in that space. And something that's real important: buy nothing but dwarf trees. They're going to get bigger than you want. And don't go by the book. 10 to 12 feet apart. Mine are 15 feet apart, and they're all touching. 15 minimum on dwarf trees. Because the roots are going to get way bigger than they tell you. The trees are going to get much bigger. And again, you see they're coming from a broken premise in hard compacted ground, and this is all they know. So everything they're telling you is from default. They have never seen this before. You've never seen fruit trees bent over like that. I'm just telling you, this is the norm. This is how it was created, man. You know what God showed me this last week was so awesome? I mean, it was like a major revelation. Is those trees are operating in a humble mode. They're all bent over. They're humble. I thought, wow, what a picture. They're not upright showing off. They're all bent over, operating in a humble, knelt position.
And that's how you pruned them?
I can't prune a bend. That's how they grow because of the weight of the fruit. The fruit is so heavy, they bend the branches down. It's the weight. You can't prune a bend. Those are all bent over because of weight. But but it's a humble position. You know what's so awesome about it? Look at the size of those trunks, how big they are. Any child can walk out there and pick the fruit. It's all accessible. I never use a ladder. Are we talking convenience? I love it.
Me too.
I love convenience, man. God,
And
good.
the dwarf isn't genetically altered
No,
at all?
what dwarf is, I can share, is that they do use a root system that doesn't develop a large root system. Because the root system stays small, the tree stays small.
Okay.
You see, they'll take a cultivar you want, and they'll graft it into a rootstock. And because the rootstock will maintain a small root system, which you see is not happening here, that keeps the tree little. So that's how they have dwarf. My point is, don't buy anything but dwarf because they're going to get bigger than you want. You know, and plant them at least 15 feet apart. At least 15. I'm going to give you some names of some awesome apple varieties. Write these down. The first two, you love the names. Liberty and Freedom.
I do.
I love that. And they really are, they'll set you free because they have no disease issues, they're fungal free, and they produce awesome, wonderful fruit.
And if you plant them in February, say we have snow on our ground in February.
No problem. Just get them from the nursery and wait till, put them someplace where it's, you know, in the garage, because they're bare root. They're not growing. They're dormant, so they're not going to dry out. And so, you know, go to your nurseries. When they show up, they maybe they're later where you live. So just ask them when you're bringing your bare root in, and go to the first day because you'll get the best selection. The longer you wait, the better ones are picked out. So always go immediately when they first come in to get the best selection. And how you select trees is by shape, not size. Are you following me? Size will always get there. But if you have lousy shape, and something you never want to buy is a V crotch. A crotch that has a V, because what happens as it grows and the weight develops, it's going to split apart. It's going to just totally pry apart because it's not well attached. You see, branches coming out of different places are well attached. Where V's, it's a very narrow thing there, and when you get weight, it's going to split it in two. So never buy a V crotch tree.
And you just buy them at a regular nursery?
Yeah, you talk to people around your neighborhood who are growing good trees. You know, wisdom's the counsel of many.
We don't have. Where we are.
It's desert.
Okay.
So you have to bring in whatever you want.
Then write down this name. This is going to be small trees because they're going to ship them to you, but they're good quality. Is Burnt Ridge Nurseries. They're in Onalaska, Washington, and they have a catalog to send you, and they'll ship you trees.
It doesn't matter.
They'll be small, but but Burnt Ridge Nursery in Onalaska, Washington, and they'll ship them to you. Now let me give you these names, these really cool varieties. You got Liberty and Freedom. The next one is Honeycrisp. Honeycrisp is an amazing apple. I have never seen an apple keep. That thing stores in my cooler for the whole year. I'm talking like, I had my son here last August, and we're eating these apples out of the cooler that are as hard and crisp as the one they're picking off the tree. He was totally shocked. It's like amazing how they keep. And they're really a good apple anyway. And another one is called William's Pride. William's Pride is an early apple, but it's unusual. It's very crisp. Most early apples are mushy. This thing is really crisp. Amazing variety. William's Pride. And then the other one is from Japan. It's called Akane. A-K-A-N-E. That apple you can bring in the house, and the whole house will fill with aroma. It's such an aromatic, incredible apple. The flavor is just over the top.
So do you have to have a variety of these to pollinate
Cross-pollinate,
each other?
yeah. They do not.
Okay.
They're not selling, and so these will do it.
Okay.
And then pray, you know, and then God, you know, look in catalogs, read, and here's how you hear from God. You know, the word says, "Let the peace of God rule in your heart." And the word "rule" in the Greek is "be the umpire." If you have a peace, go there. If you have a check, I don't know about this, don't. Just be led by peace. Ask God, is this a good variety? And just wait to hear. If you got a peace, go for it. If you have, I don't know, don't. Always be led by peace, and you're safe.
Always be led by peace.
Peace, yeah, peace. Let peace. See, if you got a check, I don't know about this. That's God saying, don't go there. Because you see, whatever's not of faith is sin. And when you have a check, you're not in faith. Are you following me? And so you always want to have this peace, this confidence. This will be okay. This is good. And He wants to lead you by peace. My peace I give him, He says, is not of the world. It's a totally different peace. And it should be the thing that just totally transcends and guides your whole life.
And then you're saying if you plant them that small, bare-rooted, how many years are you looking at waiting?
Well, it depending on the variety, like, I planted, that wasn't the one I got this from the nursery, but I planted that Liberty in February, and in June I took 30 apples off of it.
And that was a bare-rooted
tree, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that big.
But you see, but when I first came here, my soil was pretty poor. I'm waiting 5 to 7 years before I saw an apple. Now, because it's so rich, they produce immediately.
So they can start building
because they can't help it.
The soil you have to build it. That's
but it comes. You know, you can't start yesterday. You have to go where you're at. Just be in faith. God, this is what I'm learning. I'm just going to be. You know, whatever's out of faith is sin. You want to always be in faith. Believe God and pray. When you plant stuff, bless it. I just bless this, and this is going to do well. You know, death and life in the power of the tongue. We've got to be careful what we say. And as a man or woman thinks in their heart, so are they. I think it's not going to work. My soil is no good. Well, that's your reality. You think, God's awesome. He's redemptive. He's going to make this good. I looked at what that guy did. I saw his lousy soil. Man, God, you can do it.
He created this.
Yeah, this is all him. And he's done it from that lousy, funky, hard stuff. So it's doable. So faith is so huge. And I love that word. Jesus says, to him who that believeth, all things are possible. I love those alls in life. There's no places to miss it. If you believe, it can happen. So just get in the habit of believing. And I love faith. It says, without faith and God gets blessed by faith. When you believe, that just blesses God. He's pleased with faith. So you can't go wrong by believing.
So if we build up our soil this year, and then we planted
in February, would be great. Yeah, just start putting covering now, and see as you lay it there, it just starts building that soil. And all winter long, as snow and rain comes, it just builds it up. And come spring, man, stuff's going to do great. Okay. And it gets better every year. Just because the natural processes is continually breaking down and putting back more in the soil than the plants can take out. It just gets better and better. See, isn't that the nature of God? God's not static. He's not boring. He's always about multiplying.
I never thought of it. But look at the trees.
Yeah. Who takes care of those?
Huge.
Beautiful. And they're not watered. They're not fertilized. And this has been going on for 6,000 years. Wake up. You know what I shared in the film, I think is so cool about God? He was so genius. He designed this landscape project on planet Earth. And this is a huge landscape project. He designed such a way he would never have to show up to work. That really gets my attention. He designed this. We do a landscape project, we become slaves. Mowing, weeding, pruning, doing all this stuff. God does this magnanimous landscape project and he never shows up to work. Because it's totally sustainable on its own. It takes care of itself. What genius design, man. I love it. And see, I'm starting to track. I'm sitting there like, okay, God, I want to get this. I like this idea of no work. It really appeals to me. So, show me how you're doing it. It's cool. It's getting easier and easier.
What is it that you did here, like?
I didn't do anything to it. I went to Vietnam to fight a war I didn't want to win, and they used Agent Orange to kill all the foliage. Agent Orange is a neurotoxin. And the message from my brain is to get to my legs. And they can't even diagnose what I have. I go in the VA hospital, the neurology department, they test me and say everything is totally normal.
Huh.
You can't walk, but everything's normal.
Because I didn't even pick up on that when I was watching the video.
Yeah. I use this rake as a cane. Yeah. I walk behind more with my walker. But I'll tell you, man, this is no big deal. This is only temporary because for eternity, you travel at the speed of thought, have no limitations, so this is only temporary.
So can they find the connection with the Agent Orange, though?
They can't even diagnose what I have. I came to that by praying and reading studies done in Australia that Agent Orange is a neurotoxin. I'm starting to look at the record of all these Vietnam veterans who are all in wheelchairs and they're all dead now, and just connecting the dots. I know that I'm alive today because I eat this food. Mm-hmm. Most of the Vietnam veterans are dead. I talked to so many people who say, oh yeah, well, my uncle was and he was in a wheelchair, but he's dead now. I'm not in a wheelchair. I'm not going there. And I believe God's going to heal me, and I think he's showing me how he's going to do it, and I'm just really excited. God is so amazing. I'm just going to take a while, but he's been showing me, and I know it's supernatural wisdom, of all of our problems from being a disconnect. We disconnected at the Garden of Eden, that's what brought the curses. I just read this most amazing book on earthing. I'm telling you, man, it was a mind, and again, it just so lines up with God. Earthing, when you think about it, every living organism on the planet is connected to the earth, except us. We wear rubber-soled shoes and insulate ourselves. The earth is electrically charged with amazing energy. And you see those plants, look at the colorful, because they're connected to the earth by their roots. They're pulling out this energy, this life force from the ground.
Yeah,
all
the
birds,
negative ions, yeah.
all, yes, all animals, all fish, everything created is connected to the earth, getting this life force from the earth. They did this study and showed people they would get sheets and put in their beds and plug into the ground in the wall, and people are getting healed from major diseases just by being grounded. And I can't wait for my wife, because I'm going to get one, and I think I'm going to, because it talks about getting rid of stiffness, and I really think, and I think because this whole thing is about being disconnected. See, the Holy Spirit is showing me how all of our issues is disconnected. We were created to experience abundant life, and if we're not, there's a disconnect someplace. And I'm not walking because I'm disconnected. And if I get disconnected back to that ground force, I believe I'm going to get healed. You see, this is so in line with God, because He could heal me like that, but He wants me to learn some things and then be a testimony, a witness to the rest of the world of how He operates. We're here to be witnesses. You are my witnesses. And He wants to work in us His character so we can tell the rest of the world this is how God works. When people see me walking someday, and I tell them I got grounded, I got connected to the earth, because I was disconnected, it's going to speak volumes. I'm not going to twist their arm. They knew who I was. And so I'm just thinking, yeah, God, I love it. So any way I can be used, God, I'm available. I just like being used by you because you're just great. And if I don't, I got forever to travel the speed of thought. So this is all temporary, no big deal.
Yeah. Paul, he wanted to get healed, and he prayed.
And God said no, because you're a proud guy, and you need this thing to keep you humble. You know what God's done for me? I've had tons of people pray for me. I mean, tons. I go to always, things happen. There's this amazing prophet we know. The guy is incredible. The stuff he's shared with us, that God's showed was just amazing throughout life. One day I was at a meeting, he prayed for me, and after he's done, he says, Paul, your healing is coming. I'm over in Bethel Church in Redding, California, which is an amazing place. People get healed there all the time. I'm walking down, we just came, my wife was visiting, I'm walking down the aisle, and this woman way over there comes jetting across this stream of chairs, running up to me. And she says, I never do this, but I felt compelled to come and tell you, your healing is coming. Now, I've heard that twice. The first I knew the person was reputable, and I just know that this was not accidental. And when I'm reading this book, and I'm getting this whole idea of grounding, I believe God's going to heal me. It's coming. And it's going to be. If I can start moving again, can you imagine when I get done here? If I can move, I have major energy. I'm not tired. If I can move normally, man, this is going to be awesome. So, yay, God. Wow. So I'm excited. I'm believing.
So first question, this is all about pruning. How do you sharpen your pruners?
My pruners, I take a flat file. If you look at your pruners, you have an obvious edge, what they've made. So I take my file and I go across that edge at the same angle, and I remove all the little notches in the blade. When that's all done, I flip it over and I take the file flat on the back and rub it around in circles and take that burr off, and I'm done. That's all you do.
How long will the pruners last if you
Depending on how you use them, they can go for years if you're not in dirt, because those pruners are really hard to seal, but if you're down cutting roots and stuff, you're going to dull them. So depending on what you're cutting, depends on how long the edge. And you get when you start cutting stuff and things hinge over, it's time to sharpen them. The pruner will tell you.
What about the saw that you recommended everybody?
That one cannot be sharpened by anyone in the United States. I sent it out, had it come back, and nothing cuts. When that gets dull, buy another blade, because nobody here can sharpen it.
What's that saw called?
It's called Samurai. The Japanese make it. It's the most amazing saw you've ever seen in your life. I'm cutting stuff like this in seconds. It's just amazing how fast it goes through things. It's like the most incredible. All I use in pruning for everything is that hand saw and my hand pruners. I do everything. Huge stuff. It's phenomenal.
And I have a link to that off of my website, so it's easier to find that and the pruners that he uses.
Yeah, Felke, the pruners are Felke made in Sweden. It's really hard steel, really good quality. And you should see mine. They come with plastic handles. Mine's totally aluminum. I totally wore the handles off. You know, this thing's got thousands of cuts on it, and it still cuts as good as I got it because it's well made.
When you cut a branch off at the end, do you make the cut just after an outward facing bud?
I make it at the angle it goes so it looks like it grew that way. The whole idea is hiding your cuts. The art of pruning is hiding your cuts. And so you want to have butt cuts, so make it at an angle that looks like that's just how it grew.
So on this one, you wouldn't have made the cut there if the bud was like right here or something like that, right? You would have gone it right to how you did for an underneath.
You want to make it look like it just made that bend on its own. You want a big stump there.
What do you do with the branches and the twigs that you prune off of the trees?
Well, I throw them here in my chicken pen, and then when they dry, I burn them. Or when I do my orchard over here, I pull them out here and I burn them, and I put the ashes back in my garden because ashes are really, really great. I don't have a chipper. I'm not going to ever get one, so I don't chip my branches. But if I had a chipper, I'd chip them. But I don't have one.
So one of the things I'm going to be moving over to Eastern Washington fairly soon. Cross fingers, hope. But I'll still come back and see you. But that's one of the things. There's very few trees out there, so I'm going to have to plant trees just to chip so I can have wood chips.
You know, there's some trees that really grow fast, really amazing fast. And the advantage of deciduous trees as opposed to evergreens, when you're done harvesting them, you cut them down to the ground, they grow back as multiples. And the next growth will be a lot faster than the first because it has this huge root system already established. And so you get such a quick return from deciduous trees. You saw them off, they come back as multiples, and like in a few years, it's all back again. It's phenomenal.
Okay. And then we want to see the sheath. Is it a dual sheath that you have?
Yeah, it's got one for the pruners and one for the saw.
So if people want to see that and know where you got it, so we'll talk about that when we get over there.
Now, is there a time of the year that you shouldn't be pruning your trees?
No. I prune my trees when it's convenient, because I'm realizing that God wants us to live a convenient life. His yoke is easy, His burden is light. In January, it's totally convenient. All the leaves are off the tree, so they're accessible. There's no grass to mow. There's no garden to take care of. No weeds to pull. What else do I have to do? It's just a perfect time. So January is when I usually do my pruning because it's just convenient. Now during the summer, when I have suckers developing inside the trees, I just take my hands and rub them off. It's really valuable. You know what I'm talking about, like interior growth, these big old suckers happening. When you rub them off with your glove when they're little, just think of what you're saving your tree. All that energy to create all that wooden leaves that shade, you remove, and that energy goes into your fruit when you want it. So it's so beneficial to take all that unwanted stuff out initially with the glove when it first starts, and then letting it grow and cutting it off in the fall, in the winter.
And that'll save you more time in the winter time too.
And you have less work, and then your tree, all your stuff's accessible. The sun gets to it. It's just so convenient, and it's just like afternoon, evening, just go through, just rubbing my trees, just stroking your trees, just having a nice time talking to them. You know, it's not hard work. It's all with a glove, so it's just no labor. You know, it's very, very easy.
Okay, so people wanted to see closer look at your sheath, and maybe do you know where you got it or who makes it?
I don't know who makes it, but this came from Bishop Supply in California. And the ones I see in the catalog now are, this is a leather one. The ones I see now is made with a man-made product, which is, I'm sure is fine, but this is leather, but this is an old one. And what's nice about this, it's got two compartments. I have my pruners and my saw. And I wear this on my side, and I can do everything I need with this, and so it's just so convenient. I'm packing it here. You know, if you have loppers, they fall, and loppers you can't make clean cuts. It's all right there, you know, and I can do anything with these two tools. I mean, any pruning I want to do, I'm good. So it's just so convenient.
That's the samurai saw?
Yeah. Now what I did here, you see, I drilled a big hole at the bottom of this. This didn't come that way, but you see, as you're sawing stuff, you get debris in there that packs in. So I just made a relief hole there, you know.
It's awesome. You just push it right out.
You know, it just falls out now. It's gravity. You know,
Can you pull your pruners out so we can?
Yeah, I see these came with plastic red handles, and I've worn them off. These things are ancient, and I'm telling you, man, I've done thousands of cuts. But they're as good as they I bought them because they're well made. Let me show you. Come on, let me show you this incredible design of this compared to all other pruners. See, when you're pruning these pruners and you keep doing this, eventually this wears inside and you get this sloppy thing and it doesn't cut clean. Look how they solve that. You see, this is adjustable, and when that gets sloppy, you undo this and undo this. You see how that locks that in there? So you take that and you tighten that down to the new position, put that back into place and lock it, and you're always right there. It's just like this was never designed to last forever. It's just, I'm telling you, you wouldn't believe. I've had this for decades, and and it works as good as they got it. It's just well made. And you see, Swiss. This is made in Switzerland, and Swiss steel, European steel, is so much harder than we have in America. We're young here. Europe is way ahead of us, thousands of years older than we are. Kind of thing. And if you look at all medical good, surgical tools are all made in Europe, Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, kind of thing. So that's where to get good quality.
Who's the manufacturer on that?
It's Felco, and it's Swiss made. Felco.
And that's
this is number 8. Put this in your hand and see how nice that fits your hand. You know the guy who made that was thinking that really fits your hand.
It was a real. It fits nicely. Yes.
Fits nicely. It just and I'm cutting like all day long, hundreds of cuts, man. It's always there. It's just amazing.
Kitchen tools. I'm a little bit of a freak with kitchen gadgets. I always buy Swiss-made products. They last.
Yeah, again, the Europeans been doing this long. We're young. Europeans are a lot older than us, so they really figured it out. And another thing I think is so interesting. You see, in Europe, they don't have a lot of room for landfills. Here in America, we have so much space. We create junk, disposable junk, so we can make money and sell you another one. Where there, they don't want to throw it away, so they make stuff to last. It's just it's intentional.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about planting type stuff. When transplanting tomatoes and your pepper starts, how far down do you dig to get the roots?
I usually put them a little bit deeper than they came out of the pot, because the more of the stem in the soil, the more opportunity for roots develop. As the thing lays in the ground, you saw those fig starts you got, that was laying on the ground, the chickens kept up on it, and just coming off the branches, they develop the roots because they're connected to the soil. So the more material in the ground, the quicker it's going to come back.
So you'll dig it down, maybe say to the bottom leaf?
Not the bottom, but I go good, depending on the plant, you kind of get the sense, just plant it plenty deep. Better deeper than shallow.
But when you plant seeds, you don't even go to the recommended, you just
quarter inch, just barely covered. And again, the Creator only blows them in on the ground. All these weeds you see happening here, they just blew in, are growing great.
Is it okay to plant an apple, pear, or cherry tree in the same area, say 15 to 18 feet apart?
All but the cherry. Cherries are impossible to stay small. They lie to you if they're dwarf because they aren't, and they're going to get big. So never plant cherries with apples and pears. They're going to get way too big.
You would do the cherry trees on...
all by themselves. Look how big that one is. It's only 15 years old.
I just remember you saying, like, if you're going to do cherry trees, you do it on a border on the backside of
for
the
kids,
sun.
they're great climbing trees. They're wonderful trees, but give them space to get big because they're going to.
And you want them shadowing the rest of your trees.
No, and they will. Rain Tree Nursery swore that they had a dwarf cherry. I called them on the phone and says, I don't believe this. I'm positive. I says, you guarantee it? Yeah. I planted my orchard the first year it grew 6 feet. I called him. I says, excuse me, 6 feet of growth the first year, and you're telling me this is dwarf? I had to get rid of it. I took it out because it just got too big. I had a plum in here. I planted when the thing was 3 years old. I took it out of my orchard because it got too big. Was burying my trees. 3 years old. My challenge is trying to contain things, not make them grow, man. To contain them.
When you plant the garlic, do you plant the whole clove or do you break it apart?
Just each little part is a seed. The clove, all the little multiple pieces is a seed, and just like a bulb, you put the root in first. And I just stuck it in the ground, barely, ground level. Put wishes over it, and you're good.
Will cutting flowers off of the garlic make it grow bigger?
No, but the flowers, you want it like that. It's called the scythe when it comes out and it creates a flower. You always prune it out because if you leave it, it's creating seed and it's pulling a lot of life out of the garlic bulb. And so I always cut those out and I eat them because they're really good. But you don't let them go long because they're going to reduce the size of your clove that you're growing.
So not cutting them will reduce the size.
Definitely reduce. Yeah, you want to cut those out because they're pulling major energy out of that bulb.
Will covering the potatoes with wood chips help protect them from the bitter cold weather we get in Canada?
Oh, sure. It's a major insulator.
Okay, let's see. I live in a very hot climate. How can I help the plants deal with the stresses of heat?
Plant trees, create shade.
Sometimes I do these questions and he'll go on for an hour about one thing, and sometimes he's like, yeah. Kills me every time. And it's so easy too. He's like, there was one that what did I ask you about? This guy had pot trees in pots or something like that because he was going to move, and he wanted to know how to protect them from like the snow, and you're like, put them in your garage. Okay.
Keep it simple, folks.
Just, you never know what to expect. Okay, we're going to start talking about pests.
Well, pests don't exist.
I know. I have fruit worms that eat the leaves of my plants. How can I prevent them from killing my plants?
Water your plants. Get the plants well. If plants are full of water and nutrition, bugs will not eat them. Bugs only eat dehydrated stress plants because they want cellulose and fiber. If your plants are full of water, they bite into it and they drown. They're out of it.
How do I keep birds out of my garden?
Well, what kind of birds? I can't keep robins and those kind of birds out, but when it comes to crows, I kill a crow and hang it up, and that keeps everything, keeps them out. Because they're smart and they see a dead one, they know it's not a safe place to be here.
Now, I've been here more than once, and I can't remember a time that I've seen a bird anywhere in your garden.
Well, they fly around, they're around, they're all over the place.
Top of the...
Oh.
And then when they come here, they eat a lot of my blueberries, but I have plenty for everybody, so it's not a problem. So I don't have a problem with the little birds. It's the crows that what they'll do, they'll bite into an apple, take 2 bites and go to another one, and just damage all your apples. They don't eat the whole apple. They're really, like, you know, very unkind to your place, so I have no tolerance for the crow.
We have moles. What should we do?
You can use the mole trap. The best one is Victor. It's a scissor type trap, and it's really effective. The other way, how I deal with them is I have cats. And how cats work is you feed them 1 meal a day, and you tell them you were created to be hunters. There's a lot of food here, go to work. And you look at my cats, they're very robust, they're not skinny, but they only get fed once a day. And the rest of the day they're on their own, and they know how to get, and they get all my moles.
So dogs would not do that?
No. Now I had a retriever once, a golden retriever that got moles. The cat taught it how to do it. It was really good friends with the cat, and the cat actually taught the dog. And I tell you, that dog was awesome. Man. You see this dirt flying, and it would track that, it would get the moles, man. She was great, but I only saw that once.
Now the dogs are here for
the deer. Keep the deer out.
And the bear.
And well, they don't keep the bear out. When the bear shows up, they bark, and I go out with them when the bear leaves. Because there's a size difference.
So keeping the birds away from your apricots. Do you have apricots?
I have apricots in Sweden, yeah.
And they don't just eat them all? Because they always get ours. So we
keep a cat out. Cats are good for getting birds. My cats get birds.
Yeah. And I gotta retrain my dogs. They have dogs, so I don't have cats.
Well, see, I have this dog I'm training. I put that post out there and say I take her out there every night on a chain. And here come in, she's on it, you know, but she's learning that this is what you're here for. I mean, if I wasn't put on it, she'd just be sleeping in a doghouse. But I take her out, she's now tears it, and it's just great. I hear her all night long barking. She's on it, man. But I am training her because it's not something that came naturally. But she's here for a reason. I tell her, you know, I have you here for a reason. You gotta get these deer out of here, so you're working tonight. This is your shift.
I sat and looked at that pole for about 5 minutes today, just trying to figure out what it possibly could be for.
Out in the grass?
Yeah, out there where we were parked.
Dog, yeah.
I was like, why is this
Why is this here? In the middle of everything.
I mean, I racked my brain. I had no clue for the dog.
For the dog. My dog's being trained.
So the dog basically is on a chain? And
it's on a chain, yeah. And I'll tell you, a deer shows up, man, she's barking. And the deer, you know, they don't want to be around a barking dog.
I haven't seen Tearsley today at all. Where's...
Well, she's back. She's tied up.
Oh, in the
because
back.
She's a puppy and she likes to run off. And she's being trained.
What breed is it?
She's a golden retriever. I've had Labradors in the past, but one of Carol's clients had this dog. She's a sweet dog. You should see her. She comes in the house at night with me, and I pick arugula, and she sits on the chair, and she's got her head on my lap, and every leaf I give her one. She's totally eating arugula with it. She loves it. It's so hilarious to watch. I mean, she's nudging me for more. She just totally loves arugula. She doesn't care for spinach. She just put that out, but arugula is her favorite green, man. It's so hilarious. And so we a lot of times just hang out there and eat arugula together.
Well, back to Eden, work in greenhouses.
Yeah, a covering is awesome on any material because it's composting, and so it's always feeding the soil. You're going to have to water because it's not raining, but the covering works anywhere. All the pots in our house with potted plants is all compost out of the chicken pen here, and everything's thriving great.
And wood chips on top?
Well, it's just that. No, it's that stuff.
Just that.
And it's just all the pots you see on here, all my mint and comfrey. That's all this stuff. It's just things are just doing great. If you go to my house, you can see this pot full of lamb's quarters and stuff. They're just gorgeous, and it's this stuff. It's just like, man, you can't help it but grow good in it.
I've been watching a lot of videos and listening to a lot of podcasts talking about medical herbs and how comfrey will kill you dead. What do you use comfrey for?
I eat comfrey a leaf every day. My wife says it's toxic, but 1 leaf a day is awesome and it's powerful food. I watch my chickens eat it; they're not dying. So maybe at some point it's bad, but I go 1 leaf a day, but I know it's very nutritional, very good.
My mom used to make green drinks with comfrey every day.
Yeah. And you guys are look great. You survived. So.
I have coffee grounds that I use in my garden. Should I put them directly in the garden or toss them into the chicken coop to get mixed up with the...
Whatever you want. Make it easy for yourself. If you like them in your garden, put them there. Put them in the chicken coop if you want them to spread out.
It's hotter here than it is in Washington. What should I do if I think I need to water my garden?
Then water it. You can't hurt. You're not going to hurt it by watering. Especially with wood chips. There's no way possible to get too much. Wood chips displacement is too much, so just do whatever you want to.
Are there any wood chips you would stay away from? Walnut, pine, oak?
No, those are my favorite. I love all the stuff they tell you isn't good is the best. You know what? So I shared this. This is really these people are awesome. I think God really loves to get my attention. He does these amazing things. This tree company brought me a whole truckload of nothing but walnut branches, chipped. We're talking the whole truckload. When you dump it, you got this 4.5-foot pile of raised bed wood chips. Okay? It's in August. It's not raining here. Somehow a walnut went through that chipper and didn't break, and it starts growing out of the top of this pile. No water, nothing but walnut chips in August. And I'm going there every week to mow the grass, and I'm watching this thing grow, and it's getting bigger and greener and looking really great. I'm saying, God, you get my attention. I'm listening. I can't argue with these results. This should not be happening. It's a raised bed. There's no water. It's the middle of summer. And this thing is bright green thriving in nothing, no dirt. Nothing but walnut wood chips. So I get it. Walnut's okay. I'm just telling you, man. And here's what I get in my spirit. Everything on the planet drops its needles and leaves every fall. And God removes none of them. You ever noticed? God doesn't come and take walnut and pine off the planet and put it somewhere out in the universe to get rid of, in a dump. Everything lays on the ground where it falls and everything grows fine. Come on. Come on. This is the thing that amazes me about the stupid stuff they tell us. We're not thinking. Look at the evidence. The evidence is quite clear. Everything is growing finer on all those things they say you can't. I don't get it. Where do they come up with this stuff?
How do you add compost to your garden? Do you pull back the wood chips or just lay it on top?
That was such a good question. Here's the thing that I love the simplicity. If you notice the Creator, who's omnipotent, who could do anything, never disturbs the ground, and he never mixes anything. All he does is layer. Every fall, a layer of needles and leaves. The next year, a layer. One on top of the other, period. And I'm telling you from my experience, it's the best. When I mix it, I got issues. And you know what's so cool about that? It's easier. It's easier. It's a lot of work to mix and till and grind and spread around. Just layer and walk off. Because nature knows what to do. It does it the best, and you can't improve on it.
And as soon as it rains, it's going to get washed through the wood chips down to the ground anyway.
You're creating compost tea, going into the soil, everything around gets green. If you just look at the evidence, stand back and watch, you're blown away, man, how good it was. It's just like, come on, man.
Do I have to compost rabbit manure before I put it into the garden?
No, just spread it out. Just take your manure and just spread it over the wood chips, loosely. Broadcast.
You've talked about how healthy the weeds are in your garden. Why would you want weeds?
I don't want weeds, but weeds are here because man is separated from God. God didn't create weeds. And what God showed me about weeds is very interesting. You see, it says all of nature is groaning and travailing, waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God. God has everything in nature covered. And when man takes the covering off, nature reluctantly has to cover with weeds to protect the ground from blowing and washing away. They don't want to, and they're groaning and travailing about it, but because they have to maintain the earth. They're under God's order to maintain the earth. They immediately cover with weeds to recover the ground because we uncovered it. It's huge. If you look in nature where the ground's never been uncovered, there aren't any weeds. You go out in forests, old forests, there's no weeds out there. Weeds only happen when man cuts down all the trees, takes the cover off. That's when weeds show up. It happened to Adam. He goes outside in this beautiful place God made, and weeds start to grow because he tilled the ground. The tilling was brought the weeds. The uncovering of the soil brought the weeds in. Because nature's trying to recover and protect the ground.
I first laid down my compost, it's a mushroom compost, 4 inches thick, then put 6 to 8 inches of dark hemlock bark mulch. Then I topped it off with 1 inch of chicken manure. I know you said that bark mulch isn't the most ideal source. However, my question is, can I still grow vegetables with the dark hemlock bark covering? If not, is there anything I can do to compensate for that material?
It's not a good material because it doesn't have green in it. So what I would do is put grass clippings over it to bring the green back in, to get nutrients back into the ground. But, you know, if you make a mistake, just cover it. That's what's so cool about covering. You just bury your mistakes. You know, just okay, I made a mistake, just put another cover over it, it's good. And see that green grass on top, as water goes through it, will create compost tea and enrich that dead bark.
In Deuteronomy 22:9, it says, "Do not plant 2 kinds of seed in your vineyard. If you do, not only the crops you plant, but also the fruit of the vineyard will be defiled." What does that mean back to Eden gardening?
Well, all plants pollinate. That's what causes them to develop seed. And when plants cross-pollinate, another variety comes in, it changes what that original one was. And so to maintain the same variety, you have to have everything go in the same place. And so this is what's so diabolic about, you know, genetically modified organisms. People who've been growing food for generations, thousands of years, collecting their seed every year and replanting and always having food, in 1 year, with somebody planting genetically modified organisms next to them, that thing will cross-pollinate and totally sterilize and make all their seed they've had for hundreds of years completely dead. I'm telling you, man, it's huge. It's diabolic. It's completely evil. And you see, the word is just protecting us. If you want to maintain good varieties, they have to be separated. You can't have them in a place to cross-pollinate because that will alter their original design.
And that's why if you have 2 types of apples on the same tree, you don't want to use that seed.
Well, any apple seed is going to be different than the apple because you see, apples are cross-pollinated. The only way they bear fruit is another variety crossing over. That's what they need to do. And so when you get an apple seed, that apple is different than the original plant because something cross-pollinated. That's why they always come with new varieties, because they're planting seeds and like, oh, this is a cool one, so we'll use this, and they name it, you know. To maintain the same variety, you have to take a cutting out of a tree and graft into a rootstock, or graft into something, and that maintains the same variety. The seed is not the same.
The pear tree that you have over there, that for the life of you cannot find the name of, and nobody you've ever taken it to can find the name of, when are you just going to give it and call it the Paul Gauchi Back to Eden Garden pear?
No, I don't feel that. This tree had a name, I just don't know it, and for me to try to, you know, rename it isn't right. It has a name, I just don't know it. That's not the tree's fault.
This person was watching the video where you talked about how someday soon you're thinking about planting rice in the wood chips is just to see what would happen. But how you said that you don't think that it'll produce the rice
Because won't fully mature because it's not warm enough yet.
And they mentioned that your grapes over there had the same kind of issue because they didn't have a heat sink. What would happen if you put the rice growing right next to, say, a bunch of firewood?
Probably do fine.
You think you would be able to grow rice that way?
Yeah.
I remember visiting some rice fields in Portugal, and they're covered with water.
Yeah, they all grow in standing water. And see, what's motivating me to do it is that wasabi and watercress also grow in standing water. I'm growing it here in wood chips with no water. So my mind is saying, well, if I'm doing it with that, why not do rice?
I see.
And I'm gonna do it. I got some. I put something around there. I'm hoping, you know, anymore you don't. I probably should just. I got brown rice that I eat, and I'm hoping it's not radiated. So much of the stuff you buy in the store is radiated, so you don't know. So, but I just stuck on the ground, see what's gonna happen.
But I do have one about this tree here.
Weeping willow?
Yeah. Why did you plant the...
I did, because it creates nice shade for the chickens in the hot summer.
And maybe kind of shades them from the hawk size?
Maybe. But I just plant it for shade, because it's pretty hot out here. And it's nice in summer to be outside and still get some shade.
How old is that tree?
Well, not very old.
Yeah. I remember the first time I came here seeing it, but it wasn't as low to the ground as it is now.
No, it's growing, getting heavy.
And then that fig tree right over there in the garden, or in the chicken pen, that was accidentally put there?
Well, I put it there intentionally because I wanted to, you know, have more figs, and because I know it's protected now because of this tree in the woods, it's going to be okay, and if you look, there's figs on it. I'm going to have figs this year.
Would you plant shade trees first to protect the orchard?
Right. I'm serious. And when you're out there, ask God where to put the orchard. Ask Him where to lay this out. What you're going to be amazed is He's going to come up with stuff that you never saw, and you realize, that's a great idea. I never would have thought of that. I'm just telling you from experience. Let me just share an experience. I'm walking down my driveway one day, and I'm talking to God because my wife wants to plant nasturtiums. She loves them in salad. They're really beautiful, the color of the oranges, and they're really tart. They make a nice flavor to your salad. They look nice. But nasturtiums, the plant just spreads all over the place. And this stuff, man, I never stop it. I said, oh God, where can I plant? I can't plant like at my garden. I said, God, so plant under your apple trees. I'm so brain dead. I'm telling God, the package says plant in full sun. Can you believe it? I did that. I'm telling God. And I just loved his response. He didn't argue. He says, just do it. And so I did. And here's what's so awesome about God. You see, He knew my heart. I'm planting someplace every year because that's what I do. What's happening now is when the nasturtiums finish blooming and growing, they create seed. The seeds now fall on my wood chips, and I've had nasturtiums in the same place now in my apple trees for 3 years. I'm not planting anymore. And they're thriving, and they're beautiful in their trees. They grow up in the branches, they look great, and they're not in my way. I'm thinking like, you see, He goes beyond what you ask or think. I'm going to tell you where to do this where you'll never have to plant again. Is that awesome? It is. I'm just telling you, so that's why I tell you, ask Him, because my experience tells me, man, that He just knows your place better than you do, and He has these amazing ideas that you'd never come up with, and I don't have a clue, but He's awesome, and He just will always lead you in incredible places. And you know what I so enjoy about this experience is that as you start getting these responses, it's more natural for you to ask all the time. Who wouldn't? I mean, come on. And you see, He tells us we have not because we ask not. And for whatever reason, I'm sure the enemy helps us a lot. Well, don't inconvenience God, you can do it yourself, and you know better, and all these stupid ideas completely cut us off. It's that whole thing of robbing, stealing what God has for us. And so I just encourage you to get in the habit of asking about everything. You're just going to be blessed. Because He's really good. And He has great ideas. And it's just like fun.
Awesome.
And it's not because I don't want to answer. I'm just telling you, I know the source. My mentor is awesome. And he's yours.
My wife today sent me a picture of baby girl and the first strawberries for us this year.
Oh, great.
All
awesome.
red and awesome. And I had a garage sale this weekend, and I kind of neglected the whole backyard this year, and about a third of it is now raspberry plants. And so I was telling everybody who came by, hey, there you go dig one up for free. And they were trying to dig in just the grassy area. And I was like, no, go back there. You know, you don't need a shovel, just go back into the wood chips there and just pull them out. And they were just digging their hands down and lifting out raspberry plants 5 feet tall, and just no digging involved. It's just so completely different. So one of the questions I get asked a lot, and I just always forget to answer or ask you, is how do you keep your lawn green? I mean, you don't use fertilizer. What do you do to your grass, say, every year to keep it fertilized? And then can you explain what you did over here?
Well, to maintain the grass, like everything in nature, it maintains itself. Duh. Look in the prairies. Who fertilizes that? See, the grass every year dies back, and as it dies back, it feeds the soil below. And what's interesting, if you look what we've done in nature, how we've destroyed it with chemical fertilizers, if you have lawns now where people fertilize with chemicals, if you look closely at the grass is a dead, dull, dark green. It's not a bright, lush green like this, because chemicals aren't natural. Other thing you have with grasses that are fed with chemical fertilizers is that over time you develop thatch, dead grass that you have to use machines to rip out because it gets very dense. You got this huge mass of thatch. There's no thatch here. I've been here for 35 years. There's no thatch. Everything's green because everything here is in a natural state and it dies back and feeds itself. When you bring in chemical fertilizers, you kill all the natural order. All the worms, everything in there die because they cannot live on those chemicals. And so now what used to eat up your grass and turn it back into soil isn't there anymore. And that's why thatch is happening. I'm telling you, it's so huge. I've come into lawns that are full of thatch. We're talking massive thatch, massive moss. And I take chicken manure and spread over it. In 3 weeks, they have the best lawn they ever had. They have to mow twice a week because it's growing so fast, and they're blown away. And all I did was establish the natural order, and everything goes back into shape. And it just shows to me the redemptive nature of God. All it takes is repentance, and He immediately restores and corrects. It's just so beautiful.
Now, you put wood chips in the garden or in around the trees and stuff. Would you ever put wood chips on the grass?
If you want to fertilize the grass, that's the best fertilizer. And what's amazing here, it just shows you how brain dead I am. I've been using wood chips for years. And I love them, and I really appreciate them, and I talk about them. If you look at this lay of the land here, this is a sloped place, and during the winter, because I have heavy clay ground, I'm a slope, water runs all winter long across my grass. We're talking it's running. So I was here 2 years ago, and I can't walk anymore, and I'm mowing my grass with my walk-behind mower, and because this is all mud, my mower is sinking in the mud, and the blades are chopping up, and it just totally dies. So I had to hire a guy. It cost me $100 to mow my grass. So I'm telling God, I said, this doesn't work. What do I do? And he says, oh, just cover the wood chips. I thought, what? Cover the grass with wood chips? I mean, I understand wood chips, and I'm not getting it. And so I waited, and that fall, I brought in these wood chips, and I spread over this grass. And what was amazing to me is like, okay, God, I'm going to see what happens. That next April, I'm out here, the water is running across these wood chips, just like it always has, because the wood chips are buoyant, and they don't turn into mud. The wheels stayed on top of the wood chips, and it didn't sink, and I'm out sitting there screaming. I'm so blown away at how awesome this is. I love it. And I think this is I'm starting to really get this nice now. I've done it now 2 years in a row. I think I won't have to do it again because I got this good base of wood chips. I think next year I'm going to go right across it because there's no mud anymore. You know, and you look at how green it is compared to the rest. See, the wood chips laying on the grass, every time water goes through, it releases compost tea, so it also fertilizes, as well as hold moisture. So it's like a plus, plus, plus all the way around. And there's just nothing you can't use wood chips on. It's amazing.
Would you put it on when you first planted the grass?
The ideal time is when does God fertilize?
In the fall.
After you're done mowing, your mowing's all over, that's when you apply the cover. And you let the winter rains carry the nutrients down and build that soil for next spring's growth. See, if you put it on when you're mowing, you're going to suck up all the wood chips.
About how thick are you going to put the...
Not very thick, and what I do, I screen it because I don't want heavy chunks of wood out here, so I screen it with my 1/2 inch screen, and I just put like a layer. I move it, I rake it in. I probably put maybe like an inch cover max, not a lot.
1 inch.
1 inch max. But if you look here, you can see, like, you can see right here, chunks of wood chips right there in the grass.
Well, all this black top on top is wood chips.
Yeah, all that.
So as far as it doesn't matter if it's coming from that tree?
No, it all works, but ideally, green leaves is the ideal. But anything works, because see, everything goes back to dirt. From dust we paid, from dust we turned. Everything God created comes back to dirt. It's a beautiful recycling program. But the ideal, you see needles in the leaves are green. It's that green that has the life in it. This was interesting to me, like if you use sawdust or bark, nothing grows in it. You gotta fertilize. Because there isn't any green. If you put chips, chip branches, everything grows. It's very dramatic when you compare them, you know, side by side, because it really shows the power of the green.
There's Old Faithful.
What's that?
Old Faithful.
It's been a great truck. You know, that truck is 59 years old, and it's not restored. It's original. Speedometer stopped working 8 years ago with 1,054,000 miles on it. It's got tired of turning, so I'm done.
Thing that amazes me about this truck, 2 reverse gears.
Really?
You can shift in reverse.
I've got a 2-speed. See, this is the original bed. The Dodge bed is right here, and the guy elongated the frame, put this GMC bed on the back, which is wider and bigger. Look, this is just a convenient toolbox for my. You know, this is so cool. See, nobody has this in the truck. See, I have all my food, all my climate here, everything's here. Completely out of my way. You know, it's just so convenient. Another gas tank. And this is the original bed. And then because he elongated the frame, he had a drive shaft issue. And to make up the drive shaft difference, he put a 2-speed Browning behind the 4-speed. And so when I'm driving, I have 8-speed forward, 2 reverse. When I'm backing up and shift, people say, what? And it just takes off, man. It's so cool. Look at these wraparound windows. I mean, there's no blind spot. Look at the dash, it's all metal.
Yeah.
Look at the insignia on the side. I love the insignia on the side. Over there, job rated. They actually built work trucks back in the day. This truck was made for work. I love it.
I like the altimeter too.
Yeah, I got an altimeter. The guy who originally bought this was so anal. I had someone in a gas station who was a pilot said, man, that altimeter in your truck is better than one of my aircraft. That's a good altimeter. He put that in there because when he got in the high elevations, he changed the jets in the carburetor so his truck would run strong all the time. He was that anal, man. It's like, I was so blessed to get this. I'm the second owner. He had it for 20 years and I bought it. And you know what's hilarious now is I pay no money for parts. Everything that's on this truck that can break, I have a lifetime warranty. JCPenney's was so insane, they sold me a lifetime warranty battery for $50 in 1974. They're now buying me batteries, interstate batteries, for $120. And I'll never buy a battery again. And my alternator started, everything that breaks, I have a lifetime warranty. The only thing I have to pay money for are tires.
But you get it.
And my sense is with inflation, you're way ahead buying quality products and making them last than buying junk. And everything I have, my lawnmower is 27 years old, still runs as good as I got it. This truck is 59 years old and runs totally perfect, unrestored. My chainsaw, my climbing chainsaw is 38 years old, running totally good. But I bought the very best I could at the time and I take care of it. If you maintain quality, they'll last you forever. And it's so nice. I mean, look at the threads in that steel, man. You can't, this thing has no seat belts. Kids love riding in my truck. No seat belts. If I hit something, I'm going through it. This is not going to stop. I mean, this thing is 5,800 pounds empty. I mean, it's solid steel, you know. And I love the insignia, job rated. I mean, this was made for work, folks. This is amazing. You want to look at this truck? I use this truck as a cat blade. If I have trees that I can't dig, I just back up and hit them, knock them out with my truck. Come look at this. Come look at this bumper. You'll see why. I've had people run in the back of this truck, and I don't even get out and look. Their whole front end is gone. The radiator is shot. And I says, I'm fine. You know, go fix it. I'm no problem. Look at this bumper. This is amazing. Come check this out. You see, this is the frame of the truck. This is the frame. And you see the trailer hitch he put on there. He's got this. When someone hits this isn't moving. This is not changing. And whatever I hit, it's moving. And I say, I get trees and stuff, I just back up and push them over. Because this is not going to get changed. So you can't do that. You can pay $60,000 for a new truck. You won't do that. This thing is just totally awesome, man. And I mean, I haul horses and cows in here. There's nothing I can't do with this thing. It's just, they love being here because they can see they're in the air. It's much nicer than being in a trailer. And they're totally contained. This thing is just so functional, man. This is awesome.
Now what happens if you get stuck?
If I get stuck, because my compound, I have a 2-speed brown with a compound low. And I have a hand throttle. So I put it in low range, first gear, compound low, grand gear. At 1,000 RPM, I have a hand throttle. And my wheels are barely doing this, so I get them out and push it. When a truck takes off, I just run out and get it, because it's hardly moving. So I never get stuck.
So it's one person to get unstuck.
I'm telling you, this
he just gets out and pushes it, and until it's moving, and then he walks up and gets in.
Because it's barely moving. My kids just love getting hay because we had horses, you know, and they couldn't stall it. Just let the clutch, like little fragments. You can't kill it, man. It's just totally awesome. And you know what? I tell you what is so amazing. This just demonstrates God's favor and His goodness and guardian angels. This truck has never been in a collision. The only dents on the side here is when people backed into it and was parked. But for 59 years, with over 1 million miles, this thing has never been in a collision. And the only explanation is God's favor and His guardian angels. Come on, man.
Yeah.
No way. You know? And it's just like it's so good. And I paid $600 for it.
I gave you 7 for it.
You want to hear something interesting? The original owners, what they paid for this brand new they took a train from LA to Detroit to buy this off the assembly line. You think they paid for it in 1955 brand new? $850.
Wow.
But do the math. Back in that day, the dollar set on it, payable on demand, $1 silver dollar. For every dollar that was printed, there was a silver dollar in the treasury to back it. If you had 850 silver dollars today, the value of that silver could buy you a new truck. Because our paper is worthless, the Federal Reserve is not federal, and they have no reserves. It's all a lie. Come on, man, there's no backing. It's all paper, and it's worthless. And they keep printing more.
Yep.
You know, and just devaluing what you have.
This one right here is ready too.
Oh. No, you have to eat it. Seriously. And just think of how much water's in that.
I can smell it. Wow. Those are good.
It's so good.
You gotta eat this.
Hey guys, Thatnub here, and we are at Paul's other property with puppy dogs in a pen barking at us. Hopefully they'll calm down a bit. And the last time we were here, I was using the old flip camera and we couldn't get the wide shots and the audio kind of sucked. So now we're here with this camera, and here are some of Paul's strawberries, which I already snuck one. It was so good. Oh, here's another little red one here. Oh, almost red. A little bit more to do. Got all the strawberries in there. They're just sprouting up right through the hay and the mulch that's in here, the grass. see what else we got going on here. Look at all these strawberries. Oh, there you go. Look at those. And I think these are potatoes. And this is probably, what, an apple tree? Oh, no, this is what, plum? Yeah, it's probably a plum tree right there. How many plums are on that? And here are tomato plants. That's baked up. So it's a little bit warmer, I think, down here, and that's why he grows the tomatoes down here. And let's see. You, I think, are a fig tree that is having issues. Oh, there's a couple new ones over there. Looks like this one wasn't pruned this year. You got some new growth on it. And here we have, what is that? I don't know what that is. More potatoes, probably? Looks like potatoes. Or another fig tree that didn't get pruned. See all the figs from last year. Here we can see new figs growing on the new growth. And the blackberries. And I know I should know what that is. What is that? Rhubarb? I think. Oh, beets maybe too. Yeah, that's beets. See, I've helped today. I don't know what things I don't eat look like. We got some beans here. Little trellis. It's just got some wire going up and down. Are there any cherries on it yet?
Oh yeah, it's loaded.
Oh, there we go, cherries. Nothing on there ready to eat yet, but look at all of those. It's just like grapes. The whole thing has cherries on it. And then here's the wood chip pile where the trucks just come and dump all the wood chips. That's all been aging for a while. Yeah, this is all pretty fresh. You can still see the leaves in it. So that was done this year already. Well, those leaves are still green.
We got lucky because we have an RV park,
yeah,
a home park, and we had a tree company come in and start trimming them, and we had to do all the cleanup, so we rented a chipper, and
oh really?
I probably got about this much.
Nice.
So we have something to start with.
And it's from right there too.
Oh,
that's
well,
awesome.
It's from 40 miles away.
Oh.
But we can haul it over, but I've still got 3/4 of the park to do. They were only able to give me 2 weeks. So I've got, we barely even touched it.
Really?
So I'll have all that. I think I'm just going to buy a chipper because, I mean, they charge me.
Yeah.
They're charging me like $600 a week.
Yeah, might as well just have your own.
So.
I mean, you can get regular, I mean, like go to Sears and get a wood chipper for probably probably $800.
So is this garlic over here?
It's like irises, but
I don't know.
I can't imagine plants of that.
He said he had garlic over here.
That very well could be then. Let's dig down into one and see what it says. That's onion. Red onion. Yep.
We can go.
Let's see what we have back here. This is another fig. So is that. This
is almond, is it?
Is no almond. Look at the fruit on it. It's.
You said he had an apricot tree over here.
Apricots. It's got a furry. I think this might. Peach
or a nectarine.
Yeah, something like that.
Sure.
Yeah. We'll find out. A couple months. Okay, so if any of you guys know what this thing is, please leave it in the comments below. This is, I want to say apple. Yeah, these are apples.
Same thing.
It's another onion?
Unless he's got red garlic or something.
Nah.
No, it looks like an onion.
I think it might be up in there and in the front. Another apple tree. Rose bush. Oh, more asparagus. That's all going to seed. Onions.
They all have a ring around them. What is that from?
Where? The trees?
Right around the base. There's a ring around most of them.
Oh, that's that black ring down there is where it grew from being the dwarf rootstock, and then they put whatever type of tree they want on it. So they all stay as short as possible. So it's a graft cut. But you're seeing, like, and that's why Paul at the other property was saying that the plum tree that was sending the runners out 40 feet or whatever, those will not be the same as that plum tree. They're going to be some other kind of plum because it's growing from the rootstock and not the graft. More asparagus. And here we have, I don't know what we have here. Oh, you're probably well, what are you? Pear? Anybody know what that is? Okay. We'll find out. And here is the garden that Paul said he couldn't get to this year. Look at the size of these leaves. Here. Guys, check out the size of these leaves. Here is my hand. Okay, right to there, okay? I have no earthly idea. But it's going to seed though.
She says it's either yellow dock or burdock.
I don't even know what those two things are.
Medicinal herb.
Is it? That's a lot of medicinal. See if we have anything back here. Big tree in there. Another one here. This one's doing better. Yep. So that happens when you don't prune it. What is that? Oh. Yeah. Another fig. Okay, so we have the strawberries. And I think we guessed those were plums. And we have the cherries. And we have the dog tree. And some apples, onions. And stuff we don't know what it is, and more figs. I saw a couple red ones over here. There's a little bit of red. Here's some red. I don't know if they're good enough yet, but oh, look at those two. Look how big those are. Almost. Here you can see how the strawberry plants are just pushing through the mulch. Yeah, we're gonna have to come back here in a couple months and see everything when it's ready to eat. The fig tree that looks good. Like, what was Paul pointing at? Show me what he was pointing at. I was like, I only have one camera, guys. Come on.